it's usually a problem with the anthem, and I don't want that issue. Let us continue for now, and let's do like we did last week. Let them make sure that we will be getting the anthem, even if it's at the end of the program. It's very important that we should respect our national symbols, and the anthem is one of it. And I'm having an issue with Parliament with regards to the issue when the anthem is supposed to be played. It's never available. So let's continue, and before that, we will just observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation before we continue. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, and we will immediately give over to the Honorable Deputy Speaker to make some opening remarks for us. And welcome.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and good morning to you and to all members and special guests everywhere. Please receive our warm welcome and thank you for accepting our invitation for today. We join the world urged by the United Nations to focus our attention on another serious pandemic. This is violence against women and children. Our theme, targeted oversight on the 3 spheres of government, is, we hope, appropriate to the occasion. The 3 spheres have in the past been represented by 3 interlocking circles. In my opinion, it is a very good way of representing the 3 spheres of government, so to speak. This, in our opinion, clarifies the interrelated, interdependent, yet distinct relationship determined by the Constitution. National government has a duty, Section 154 of the Constitution says, by legislative and other means to support municipalities. Clearly, without such support, failure will prevail. Our job as Parliament is to ensure that that happens, to oversee programs that are intended to change conditions of people on the ground, working together with the 3 spheres of government is a critical part that Parliament has. And the central problem for today is perhaps, in my opinion, better articulated by Fidel Castro, when in 1966 provided direction and leadership on the topic we are tackling today. This is what he said: conditions for the liberation of women, the conditions for the full development of women within a society, conditions for true equality of rights, or for a real equality of men and women in society, needs material base. It needs to have economic development as a base and the social base of the country. These words were particularly telling, except perhaps, in my opinion, the difference being today the level of unacceptable violence, of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Is our recent economic reconstruction post-recovery program adequate to the task? Is it sufficiently responsive? You've been invited to engage with us to help answer these questions, to help us reclaim our humaneness. We need it urgently, and this forum this morning should focus on it. Every time we hold this kind of programs during this time of the year, people and speakers remind us that these matters should be 365 days a year. But I believe the UN in selecting these days was merely saying to us, let's focus our attention to reflect on the path we have walked in this direction to contain this pandemic, to stop this violence, to stop the violence of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. So during this period, we hope we will find some creative ways of attending to these matters. And your presence here almost guarantees that we will benefit from your insights and the insights of those who are going to talk to us. Thank you very much. And Deputy Chair, please take over. I can't say that the dogs have been leashed, that you can take off your jacket. After all, you are in your home or your office. So feel welcome nevertheless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for that input. Indeed, we have been trying to make sure that the call from many people that this should be a 365 days campaign, not only around gender-based violence and femicide, but also around the whole issue of equity and equality within gender and the sexes. And I think so far as Parliament, we have been doing quite well. Since last year, November, it is exactly 12 months that we have been busy with this specific program, addressing issues around women, and in particular the review of the Women's Charter. So we are going to continue, and I'm sure all of you feel very welcome. Our esteemed guests, we really want to ensure that you are welcome to this important program for Parliament. And we will now give to Dr. Ayodele Odusola of the United Nations Development Program to continue with his input on accelerating the implementation of our South African's economic reconstruction and recovery plan, and through strategic policy prioritization, we have realized that the UN is a very important partner in making sure that we achieve our national democratic society. Over to you, Dr. Ayu.
Good morning, Honorable Mr. Sanoli, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Mrs. Lucas, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Fikile Majola, Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, my dear friend and brother, Mr. Risenga Maluleke, the Statistician General, Dr. Moleko, Deputy Chairperson for the Commission for Gender Equality, members of Parliament, stakeholders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. While waiting for colleagues to upload my presentation, I will just probably kick off the process by giving us the kind of background. And I just want to use this opportunity to really thank the committee for inviting the UN to be part of this process. We are deeply, deeply honored to be part of it. And I just want to again reiterate our real agenda for supporting the government and people of South Africa on the development agenda. We really think the approach of the Parliament is the best way in terms of making sure that decision-making is fully evidence-based. And we strongly believe that this is the way to really translate the economic recovery, reconstruction and recovery plan into concrete development actions on the ground. Let me just start by saying that the development challenge of South Africa is within the context that almost every one of us is aware of. The issue is about dealing with the triple development challenges, which the government have really, the government across the three tiers of government have really articulated in terms of addressing poverty, income inequality, and unemployment in the country, and particularly dealing with the emerging challenges of the preponderance of youth unemployment, which constitutes over 60% of the total number of people that are currently unemployed. And the beauty of it is that there are opportunities in the country to really address this once all hands are on the deck. And I just want to really re-echo the fact that once we are able to put in place efforts and strategies to accelerate inclusive growth, it will be easier for us to really dent these triple development challenges. Can you move to the next slide, please? Now, one thing that it's really important for us to really accelerate this, the achievement of this, which the National Development Plan and Vision 2030 has really articulated as a way of eradicating poverty by 2030. And so also is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, called the Sustainable Development Agenda, which aligns with the National Development Plan and the Vision 2030 plan. One thing is, how do we really address the current impediments to growth? I think this is one thing which is very important in terms of really making sure that we generate the needed growth that will be able to dent these triple development challenges. And part of this, I just itemized just 4 of them. Low levels of investment, which is a major thing. The level of investment we have in the country is lower than the level of capital depreciation. And once the level of investment is lower than the capital depreciation, we are indirectly de-investing the economy. And again, how do we really channel our state-owned enterprises within the concept of developmental state to be the engine of growth, as opposed to the current reality on the ground in terms of gulping a lot of public expenditure? The other thing relates to revenue leakages, and I know other colleagues will be talking about this very shortly. The last one, which I group as the economic impediments to growth, is the issue of low capacity utilization. And there are so many factors accounting for it. The issue of load shedding is a major impediment. And then the issue of COVID-19 that has shattered both the supply and demand side of the economy is imposing a lot of capacity utilization issue on all our businesses. And this is really one of the things that we need to really take into consideration. Now, in terms of dealing with the challenge, there are a particular issue that is cutting across the entire economy, which we need to really promote in achieving the kind of restructuring and recovery that will help us to go to the level that will dent poverty, income inequality, and unemployment. Next slide. And I group this into 3. The first one is what I call the B company syndrome, where it's only very few companies that are dictating the pace of growth and development in the country at the expense of small-scale industries that are enterprises that are supposed to be the engine of growth and catalyst of job creation. They are currently emasculated, and we thought there is need for us to address this issue of over-concentration of the big companies over the small and medium enterprises that are supposed to be the drivers of growth and inclusive development. The second issue of over-concentration is over-regulation. I think this is one of the areas that the role of the parliament becomes extremely very important for us to really promote inclusive growth and development. The need for us to have a kind of liberalized economy where the over-regulated sectors like banking, telecoms, that are supposed to really come down. A situation whereby only about 4 banks control more than 80% of the total assets of the bank, or over 70% of the total assets of the bank, and even some of the activities. Now, the same thing applies to telecom, where just the very few ones that are controlling the entire one. So we need to really find a way of making sure we promote inclusive liberalization that allows more actors, small and medium actors, to come on board, because this is what promotes what can generate the kind of job that is needed. So this issue needs to be really addressed. And I've mentioned that state-owned enterprises could be a major source of growth if they are efficient and effective in the context of a developmental state. Many developmental states, whether in the past or now, were able to achieve inclusive growth and development because of the role of state-owned enterprises. But this needs to move from being drain pipes to engine of growth and capital formation. So this, again, is one of the things which we thought there is need for us to really address by dealing with the challenge of over-concentration across these three segments. Next step, next slide. The issue of conceptualizing inclusive growth becomes very critical because the economic reconstruction and recovery plan we are putting in place is geared towards achieving the triple development challenges, which are the embodiment of inclusive growth and development. And we thought the starting point is that we must be able to ensure that development focuses on leaving no one behind. The Leave No One Behind agenda, which is the objective of Vision 2030 in terms of eradicating poverty by 2030. Now, there are three elements which we need to really take into consideration when issues like this are being considered, because when we want to use the reconstruction and recovery plan to dent growth, to dent poverty, income inequality, and unemployment, one, people must participate and benefit from the growth process. The idea of where it is exceedingly market, and market in many situations leave some actors that are not at par with the market reality behind. How do we ensure that the people do not only participate in generating the growth process, but also benefit from the outcome of the growth? And this is one of the things we think, and it's really one of the oversight functions of the parliament, ensuring that people serve as the means and end of development. So the second one is that we have to be mindful of the sources of growth, because if we have sectors like, say, the finance sector, that is the one, assuming it's growing, the one leading the growth of the economy, and the growth is not taking place where the poor people ache their livings and livelihood, then that growth will not be inclusive. That growth will be exceedingly elitic. It will be focusing on the elites rather than those that are marginalized and the most vulnerable group. So we need to really cross-check. And I'm sure many departments are here today. This is one of the things we have to really interrogate regularly. What are the sources of growth of the country? Is it coming? Is the growth coming from sectors that are accommodating majority of the poor people in the society or not? This is one thing which we need to take into consideration. The third element is the structure of growth, where I say the structure of growth really matters. The big, small-scale enterprises, macro businesses, where is it coming from? Once it comes from the micro, as well as small-scale and small and medium enterprises, you can see the growth benefiting maximally poverty reduction, leading to poverty reduction and income and exclusion substantially. But once it's coming from the oligopolistic big ones that are not feeding into the small and micro, small and medium enterprises commensurately, then it will continue to skew income inequality in the society and may not generate the needed job that we need. And again, in the structure of growth in South Africa, it would be good for us to look at the rural-urban continuum. We have to find a way of connecting the rural economy with the urban economy, where the urban economy is the one dictating the shape and the pattern of growth in a country. Definitely, that growth may not be able to dent inequality and may not be able to deal with rural unemployment that we are all yearning to really address. Next slide. Now, operationalizing South Africa's economic reconstruction and recovery plan is really something that we consider to be very important by our stakeholders. And I just want to use this opportunity to commend the government of South Africa for coming up with this. I had the privilege of comparing the reconstruction and recovery plan of about 150 countries in the world based on the countries we are covering. I realized that in terms of the debt, in terms of the scope, South African ERRP is one of the best in terms of the enormity of the issues that have been taken into consideration, in terms of the instruments, in terms of the principles, and in terms of the approaches. So this is something that I consider to be very important. And that if you look at the 3 phases of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, it is something that we know that if we are able to follow through those processes step by step in a concrete way, then definitely it will be able to really translate into meaningful development actions on the ground. We have the issue of engaging and preserving as the first phase, followed by recovery and reforming as the second phase, while the last phase is about reconstruction and transformation. Now, this is really great in terms of sequencing. And in terms of content, it's really great because the reconstruction and recovery plan was able to address both the demand side and the supply side of the economy, which many countries have not been able to grapple with. But I think South African ERRP has been able to really touch on both sides. Now, the issue is, how do we move from where we are into building back better post-COVID-19 era? And that's one thing which I think is really very important for us. And that's why it's very important for us to really see how we can help to accelerate building back better. Because before COVID-19 struck in March, the last quarter of 2019 and the first quarter of 2020, the economy was in recession. And that it was really a serious one. And they need to really ensure that when we are recovering and when we are reconstructing, we do not reconstruct back to where COVID-19 met us. We have to take it to a level that is far ahead of what we've been yearning for over the past 10 years, where we'll be able to achieve a growth rate of at least 5% that will be able to finance the development initiative in a more sustainable manner. So that's the kind of building back better initiative, so that the policies we want to put in place is risk-informed and is resilient enough to be able to withstand any shock, whether internal or external shocks that come into South African economy. So the need for us to ensure that we risk-proof the economic recovery plan remains critical. And I think this is one of the things which is very important for us to really see how we take this initiative forward. Next slide. Now, some of the strategic actions, because I just want to underscore that one of the major challenges of most developing countries, not only in Africa, is how do we move from solid and robust strategy to concrete development actions on the ground. And some of the areas we thought we need to really look into turning the economic reconstruction and recovery plan into concrete development actions on the ground. I think we mentioned just about 6 of them, which is really an area which we think it's very important for us to really achieve this process. One is commitment to local content policy implementation. This could be beneficiation policy, this could be value addition policy, this could be supplier development program policy. And this is an area where we need to really make a very strong, giant step. Because just about 4 weeks ago, when we had the opportunity of organizing one of the first events to be organized globally on technology access partnership, that is the possibility of producing medical diagnostics and medical diagnostics in South Africa and be selling to the rest of Africa. We then realized that about 85% of medical facilities being used in this country are imported. So how can we turn this when we have opportunity of producing all of them and be exporting to the rest of Africa and even some other developing countries? So why is it so? Now, the issue of value addition becomes critical. And for instance, if you just take the agro-business value addition alone, the projections which I personally made based on the book that is being published in London as we speak by Macmillan and Palgrave, is that the possibility of using agribusiness to drive growth and development in South Africa is quite high, where it has a potential of about $72.5 billion by 2030, which translates to about 1.1 trillion rand. If we really do effective beneficiation in agriculture, rather than exporting primary commodities alone, can we add values to them, both in terms of production and in terms of the logistics and other tertiary responsibilities that will be attached to it. So this is enough to really open up the economy in a way that will be more transformative, that will be more inclusive, and that will be more sustainable. So this value addition beneficiation principle is very important. And how do we build on supply development programs that the government has put in place? Because the idea of making sure that the public procurement now enables and capacitates small and medium enterprises. This has been done in many countries, including Kenya, where a substantial part, not less than 35% of public procurement must go to small and medium enterprises, and they are really following it through. And so many other countries have been able to do this. Can we really operationalize this? Because we can use it to really rekindle economic transformation and growth in the country. So, next slide. Now, from strategy to action in terms of building state capability, I call it, because we are developing a program called Building State Capability with the Public Service Commission and National Planning Commission, which is focusing in 3 areas. The first one is about building the capacity of our institutions in the area of normative governance, in terms of ensuring that people participate in policy dialogue, in development plans, and even budget preparation process, and even monitoring of it. How do we really, what can we do to put in place to really fight state capture? And thanks to the excellent work that the Parliament is playing in making sure the executive becomes highly accountable to this, and this is the way to go. We need to really promote this idea of eliminating state capture and fighting corruption, including illicit financial flows. Efficiency and effectiveness of public institutions is really key for us to really develop a capable state. And then we need to look at the regulatory framework that will be able to set standard. But in terms of regulation, I just want to mention that South Africa is one of the best in the world. And for instance, its financial system regulation is just to be around the best across all the world. But how do we really ensure that this is not inhibitive to access to small-scale enterprises and a number of other things that surrounds it? Now, in terms of service delivery, and I always say development is localized, and that we need to really find a way that we have substantive service delivery, quality service delivery. One, the COVID-19 has really told us that we need to really go for e-governance at both the national, provincial, as well as districts level. This is really the way to go, because nobody knows the kind of development that will be coming next in terms of truncating government activities. We could see that between March and September, the operational activities of government was substantially hindered because of COVID-19. We need to really see how we can make this happen. We need to really have service compact with citizens. And this is one of the things which we are currently doing in a few municipalities to really ensure that there is the people and their government are effectively connected in rural area. Joint development of key performance indicators, I think is really key. And I'm sure I'll mention shortly the need for the Parliament to even request from each department and agencies in ensuring that budgets are based on key performance indicators to be achieved by the end of the fiscal year. I think this is really, really, really clear in terms of moving forward. In terms of policy planning and implementation capability, a number of things have been mentioned, which this is something in line with what we are planning to do with planning commissions and some other departments, policy modeling and scenario building skills across national, and provincial as well as district level, plan and M&E skills, which is really very important because we needed to really make sure we capture results at the end of each fiscal year, and then to inform subsequent fiscal operations. We need to really find a way of making sure evaluation reports are then looped into policy-making process so that we learn by doing and continue to build experience as we progress. So this is one of the things which we consider to be very important in terms of moving forward. Now, the issue of skill is another issue which I consider to be very important. Next slide. The need for us to really develop skills across the various skill centers remain critical. Now, I think you jump it. Okay. Yeah, okay, no, so sorry. Oh, sorry, go. Next. Yes, thank you. So this is something that I consider to be very important in terms of taking this initiative forward. One of the things which I like most is if you want to promote inclusive growth, if you want to promote small-scale businesses to be the engine of growth and to really drive development process, we need to really ease doing business environment. And I just use this as a way of comparing South Africa with one of its comparators, Mauritius. And if you look at it, in terms of the ranking, we see that the ranking of both countries, you can see them across the various indicators. I know this is not quite legible, but I just want to let you know that if you see the 2020 doing business of the World Bank, while Mauritius is ranked number 13 in the world, South Africa is ranked number 84 in the world. Now, in terms of the score, that's there. Now, there's so many areas where Mauritius is ranked one of the best in the world in various indicators. And there's some of them that the access to electricity, access to credit, getting properties registered, things that take place within 2 or 3 days, or even less, in countries like Mauritius and Rwanda, take quite a long time. And you can see the ranking why Mauritius is below number 20 in the world in many of these indicators. South Africa was at times, more over 100 in many of these indicators when we rank them country by country, in terms of electricity access, registration of businesses, registration of properties, access to credit, cross-border trade, and so many other indicators in terms of ease of doing business. Now, we can see that this is one of the things that is shaping foreign flow of investment, both portfolios and foreign direct investment. Now, how do we really, I know we just concluded the investment summit, how do we really accelerate ease of doing business in a way that South Africa becomes the destination of investment globally? And that the opportunities in South Africa is quite huge, to the extent that we can really make a difference in terms of making this a reality as we progress. So this is one of the areas which I think is really very important for us to really advance in moving forward. We need to really find a way of increasing what you call the business operating environment, improving it so dramatically for us to be able to crowd in so many companies into the country. Now, next slide. I think the issue of skill development across the skill center is another concrete action that we can use to operationalize the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The skill is that based on the experience we've got in about 70 countries where we've done skill transformation, we're able to get on average that if you look at our youth, between 5 and 10% of them have entrepreneurial skill. And we tend to focus too much on giving entrepreneurial skill, whereas over 90% that do not have this skill are left behind. So meaning, even if you achieve this 100%, the remaining 90% is a lot that we need to do a lot in this area. So this is one of the areas in terms of entrepreneurship skill where only 5 to 10% of our youth have the skill to become entrepreneurs. The next one is where we have about 35 to 40% of our youth, which is township skills. These are people, these are masons, these are electricians, these are plumbers. These are people that want to really employ themselves. And as they grow, they become employers of labor thereafter. The third one is employability skills. And this range between 45 and 50% of the youth falling into this category. And this is one of the things we have to do. How do we link our educational system with the reality of the labor market? Is the skill being produced in the educational system aligned with the skill needed by the labor market? That's a big question which I think we need to really answer in terms of this. Now, next. How do we turn the fifth action that can help us to turn our reconstruction and recovery strategy into development actions on the ground is for the country to move from to imbibe the spirit of international economic diplomacy. And I say this because I have been an apostle of this for almost about 3 decades now. Most African countries would believe in Father Christmas engagement, whereas other advanced countries, they are what they call, they turn their embassies to be economic diplomacy units. And that's why it is very important for us to really do this. And by virtue of my previous job as the chief economist for UNDP for Africa, before I was redeployed in June, I mean, going through all the regions of the world and again to focusing on Africa, it shows that when I went through, you rarely see any African embassy having what they call economic attaché in their embassies that monitors the free flow of foreign direct investment into their country, promote their investment opportunities in their countries. This is never the case. And I think South Africa needs to start this by making sure we have economic attaché, team of economic attaché in our strategic countries. Any country that is considered to be strategic to South Africa, we need to have in our embassies solid economic attaché that can influence the dimension and even advocate for investment opportunities in the country and how South Africa can even reap global value chain process. The second one is the need for us to prioritize regional integration. Because if you don't, well, I know SACU is one of the oldest, is the oldest custom union in the world. But how do we make it more efficient? How do we move from SACU region to SADC, from SADC to the entire African country as our economic constituency? I think this is one thing that will help a lot in transforming, promoting inclusive growth and development in South Africa. And it's good, and I know Department of Trade, Competition and Industry, Trade, Industry and Competition will be making presentation later. It's good for us to really identify the entry point for the Africa Continental Free Trade area. This is an opportunity for South Africa to use it as a way of turning the economy around and at the same time creating new sectors that can help to really galvanize economic growth and transformation. And I just want to really mention that just about 2 months ago, UNDP launched what we call the SDG Impact Investor Map for South Africa, the first to be launched globally. And the idea is we focus on 2, what they call poverty, inequality, and job creation opportunity area into 4 sectors. With the first sector is agriculture and food beverages. The second sector is the healthcare system. The third sector is education, and the fourth is infrastructure. Out of these 4 major, what we call cross-cutting and multiplier sectors, because growth in any of these sectors help to really accelerate growth in other sectors simultaneously. And as a result of this, we were able to identify what we call 30 investment opportunity areas, where the internal rate of return in each of these sectors ranges between 7 and 17. And there are some outliers that are even more than 20. This is one of the best in the world. How do we turn this into an opportunity? And this is one of the things which we thought is really very important. We use that as UNDP's contribution to this diversification agenda, that there are sectors that are very profitable in South Africa that help us to really operationalize the reconstruction and recovery plan in a very sustainable manner. Next slide. Program Director and distinguished parliamentarian, I think the last component of from strategy to actions, which I want to use, is the district development model, which is will be a game changer if you do it the way it should be done, if you do it very well. And I just want to really mention that development is localized. Development is never in space. Development is at community levels. So if you are able to develop time-bound rural transformation agenda, we will be able to really shape the directory of growth and development in South Africa. And I will give the example of the Bharat Nirman Rural Infrastructure Project in India that was introduced in 2005 as one of the best that we have in the world today as we speak. And you can see what they targeted in 2005. Irrigation to create 10 million additional irrigation capacity, to connect all communities with 1,000 inhabitants to all-weather roads, to provide electricity to 125,000 villages or 23 million households, construct 6 million houses, and connect 66,822 villages to telephone. And I just want to let you know that by 2009, they had succeeded in achieving 70% of this target. And by 2015, India was able to use this program to lift over 100 million people out of poverty. And this is the kind of thing that I think South Africa has the capacity to implement if you really want to do it. And we can use the district development model as the entry point for this. We are currently facilitating the link between the Ministry of Rural Development in India and COPTA in terms of seeing how this has been done, how this can again help in terms of operationalizing the district development model that the government has introduced to be piloted in 3 districts. Now, one other things which I think may be very helpful at the community, at the district and provincial level, is adopting the one community, one factory principle. And I know how Gauteng has started that initiative. It is something that other provinces can do, other municipalities, as well as districts can do, because every community has its own comparative advantage that can be turned into economic engine room. So this is one of the things which we think is very important for us to do. The value chain and circular economy approach is what we have to, because this is good enough for us to really transform the economy if you do it properly. And the need to connect rural economy to the national economic ecosystem is another thing which I consider to be very important in terms of shaping the dynamic of development. We strongly believe that with this, if we are able to use it appropriately, it's going to be a game changer in turning the tide against poverty and inequality, as well as unemployment in both rural and urban areas. Next slide, please. Now, how is UNDP supporting inclusive growth in South Africa? I just want to really mention the program director and distinguished parliamentarian, panelists, stakeholders, that our principle here is turning COVID-19 to economic opportunities. And over the past 1 year, we have succeeded in initiating some pilot that could help us to really see the impact of this transformation. The first one is the Youth Entrepreneurship Action Hub that was launched late last year, where youth entrepreneurs are exposed to skills, entrepreneurship skills, are linked to banking system, and are linked to markets. And we're provided some kind of seed money to kick off their business after 5-month intensive training. The first one was done, the first graduation was done about 4 months ago, and the next graduation is coming within the next 2 weeks. The idea is, how do we link them? Because about more than 70% of our small-scale enterprises die before their 50-year anniversary. How can we develop entrepreneurship skills among our youth to be able to create opportunity for us to have long-lasting entrepreneurship development that will sustain our SMEs? So this is, we thought, the need to have this skill, the need to link them to banks, the need to link them to market is what we are giving all the beneficiaries of this particular initiative. The second one is, as a result of COVID-19, the socioeconomic impact assessment report that was launched co-launched by the UN Resident Coordinator and the Minister of COPTA just about 4 months ago, shows that the informal sector and people living in informal communities are the worst hit by COVID-19. What we initiated is, in partnership with SALGA, we're working with informal tailors to be able to give them what they call what is needed to be able to produce quality PPEs that are quality assured by relevant department and relevant experts and distributed to communities that cannot afford them. This is one of the things we're doing in 2 different provinces, Gauteng and Northwestern. So this is one of the areas we want to do to really ensure that they easily recover after COVID-19. The support we are giving to them is to recover shortly after this. There's this issue of makeathons, which we did with Shimolohon Innovation Hub. The idea is this is in partnership with the center, our Global Center for Science, Technology, and Innovation, where we brought in a lot of tools, and we assembled 25 young entrepreneurs to turn these tools into equipment that will help us to manage COVID-19. There are so many of them that have been able to, that we're able to do. We have tested some of them, and the idea is to really, those that meet the quality assurance of the government will be able to we can mobilize partners to support them into producing some of these things locally in terms of contact automated sterilizers, in terms of non-contact thermometers, and so many other equipment that they've been able to manufacture themselves. So it shows we have what it takes to drive this entrepreneurial innovation in the country. Again, we are working with Council for Scientific Industrial Research to promote rural SMEs access to internet. This is something we are currently working on. We hope the first pilot to be completed by March 2021. The idea is to make sure that we connect the rural economy into the national economic landscape because the rural economy is so heavy, and we need to really make sure we use it to promote poverty reduction and income inequality reduction in the rural areas. So also is wind technology skills. Technicians we are developing with SAWEP. The idea is just to ensure that these our young people have the skills not only to install, to maintain, but even to innovate and produce some of these parts of wind turbine. And we're currently working with SAWEP 2 in Eastern Cape to install 6 mini wind turbine in about 2 different communities. So this is what we thought is really a way of making sure that we do not leave people behind, because most of our interventions are focusing on areas that are heavily marginalized and communities that are hard to reach. So this is one of the things which we do. We're partnering with Water Research Council on water innovations, which will be launching in the next one, in about Monday or Tuesday next week, in terms of bringing entrepreneurs that can innovate on water access and promote water quality in South Africa. This is something we are doing, and a number of other initiatives, because I know time is fast spent. Can I go to the last slide before my conclusion? Yes. The parliamentary oversight on inclusive growth is very important. Madam Program Director, and I think this is really, really important for us to really focus. I'm just focusing on just 5 areas. The first one is we need to really transit and move from earmarking to eye-marking, what they call eye-marking approach to budgeting. When I see my first 23 years, 20-something years in public service, when I work for the presidency of my country, one of the things we contend with, because every year you hear in budget, we have earmarked certain billions of amount of money to deal with this particular issue. But at the end of the fiscal year, you do not see it. So we turn the phrase from earmarking to eye-marking. We need to really, I think this is the role of the parliament. When the executive arm comes, it is not a matter of eye-marking. We need indicators that we want to benchmark at the end of the fiscal year that this has been achieved. Otherwise, you won't be able to get your next fiscal installment. So this is one thing which is really important. The next one is result-based or zero-based and gender-responsive budgeting. We have to make sure that where the budget is based on results, this incremental approach is creating opportunity for wastages, is creating opportunities for state capture, is creating opportunities for a lot of illicit actions. So zero-based budgeting, result-based budgeting, and gender-responsive budgeting will help us to really raise the ante of results in budgeting. And the need for us to develop key performance indicators for touching the lives of the marginalized or the most vulnerable is another thing which we consider to be is a major milestone for us to achieve Vision 2030 and to achieve the reconstruction as well as the recovery plan. Universal access to cheap data, particularly in rural area, is key. And we thought there is need for the Parliament to really see how this can be achieved, because currently the poor people pay more on data than the rich. This should not be. It has to be proportional. And we need to really make sure that efforts to really liberalize the telecommunications sector, effort to really make sure access, like the one we're doing with the Council for Scientific Industrial Research to have access to internet facilities is another thing that will help us to really achieve the issue of poverty, address poverty and inequality as well as unemployment. Now, we need to really find a way of formulating a regular instrument to deal with over-concentration issues, which we mentioned, over-regulation, the big company syndrome, the state-owned enterprises transformation plan is very important, and how do we promote harmonious labor-industrial relations in the country? Because it has a way of really, really dwindling the economic fortune of the country. So promoting legal instrument and facilitating implementation of such becomes critical in translating development, this reconstruction and recovery plan into concrete development actions. In conclusion, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, last slide. We need to, it's really very important for us to really overcome the issue of South African the over-concentration of the economy. Next slide. And as a result of this, I personally see, and based on the evidence we have on the ground, that over-concentration issue in the South African economy is an ill wind that blows no one any good. One of the root causes of poverty, inequality, and unemployment is this over-concentration. What can we do to tame it, to really address it? This is very important in moving forward. One, result-based budgeting and planning remains critical. The need to focus budget implementation across all tiers on the marginalized people and the communities that have not seen impact of development for a long time. Commitment to the implementation of district development model and the need for us to formulate and implement legal instruments to deal with the over-concentration issues, which I have mentioned several times. Madam Program Director, the Deputy Chair, the Deputy Speaker, honorable parliamentarians, panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I really thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odusola. We really appreciate, and I got comments from all over commenting the content of what you are bringing for us, and what was some of the issues that I think that we need to focus more on is the potential of the SOEs that you spoke about, but also the issue of how central we put the people within the growth path, and what is the participation of people within the growth of the economy, and also other issues. Thank you for complimenting our government on the development of a plan that is also very deep, and that is one, according to you, one of the best. We will convey that to our president, that indeed we could see that South Africans haven't lost their touch in terms of developing of the best policies to respond to any given situation at any given time. Thank you very much, Doc. We will continue with our program, and we will yet again request Dr. N. Moleku to elaborate on the gender analysis of South Africans the RRP. Over to you, Dr. Moleko, and welcome once again.
Good morning to honorable members. I'm not sure if you can see the presentation. I seem to have a problem with my video, but can someone confirm whether they can see the presentation?
It's clearly visible on the screen, so
thank you. So thank you. You cannot see me, unfortunately, but you can see my presentation and hear me. But I'm going to try and get the IT to assist me with the video. It just stopped. I don't know what happened, but I want to continue with the presentation. Honorable members, honorable speakers that are here, I'm just looking at the amazing program that is before us today. In absentia, I want to greet my colleagues who are also presenting this morning. To the co-speakers, I want to say a very good morning to the Deputy Speaker, to the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, to all my fellow speakers, to also the honorable ministers that may be here or those who will join us later, and to the honorable members who have welcomed us here this morning. I want to say a very good morning to everyone here. Mine is to really just present on the status of the economy. I've been asked to present on the status of the economy and also to look at the current economic recovery plan and how to maximize it. And I'm going to go forward. What I've done is to really focus on the state of the economy and the state of the economy in terms of outcomes as well is something that I will focus on. What we see here today, colleagues and honorable members, is that we know in South Africa that 30 million South Africans live below the poverty line. We know as a fact, this is released in various statistics reports of Statistics SA. There's a poverty report they released that shows the type and the nature of income inequality of the distribution of wealth in South Africa. We know for a fact that it is largely centralized in rural areas. They also look at the gender and the age distribution, and you find the concentration again is from a gendered perspective. You see that women largely suffer the poverty effect, and those also in the rural areas. We know also that more than 18 million now of our South Africans are living on social grants. This effect is because of also the type of economic growth we've had, but also we know that the asset wealth distribution is concentrated to a 10% minority in the population. We also know from the Commission of Gender Equality that women earn between 23 to 30% less than men for the same work. It depends on subsectors, but in South Africa, you do find that in the main, the large proportion of people do not have access to the same income distribution because of gender. So this is an anomaly of the labor market construct, and it's not a South African issue. It's actually a global issue, but some countries are doing better than others. The working age population, we know recent numbers released again in the labor force survey point to 42% of our people unemployed. I want to focus on what is called the expanded definition, colleagues, this morning, because if we look at the expanded definition, it tells us that those who are discouraged work seekers have also stopped looking for work are actually also needing to be included in the discussion. So we must look at the expanded definition. And this expanded definition tells us that the discouraged work seekers that means that people who have simply given up hope, who have stopped looking for work in South Africa are more than 3 million people. These need to be targeted because they are the main youth, they are largely women, and also they have low level of skill. So to absorb them now in a very capital intensive economy is very difficult. Only 80% of the adult population have a formal bank account. That means that the issue of inclusivity, when we look at it from a financial perspective, we need to deal with the issue of financial inclusion. If you unpack that 80% and you begin to look at the distribution of who is banked and unbanked, from gender, from spatial mapping, you'll begin to see again that there's inequality in distribution of access to these bank accounts by virtue of rural versus urban households. A very sad outcome that we have seen in the post-apartheid economy is the learners that complete secondary schooling. This is very important for the economic state and composition, and also the participation of our youth in the labor market, is that almost half of our learners leave before they finish school. Only 7% go to university. Only of those that finish, 6% actually make it to TVET colleges. This is important for the industrial complex. If you don't have a well-skilled, equipped youth and labor force, it makes it difficult to absorb those people into the economic populace and to participate into our growing economy that we envisage for South Africa. So this is just the first slide to talk to some of the outcome issues of the economy. I'm going to look at a lot of detail, colleagues, this morning, because I want us to be informed as to why we are making the recommendations that are going to come at the end. And it's important to understand that these variables that I'm going to show point to a bleeding economy. The first thing I want to point out is a good thing. If you look at the blue, which is the CPIX, South Africa has been able to contain CPI between the target band of 4 to 6%. This, however, has not necessarily yielded the type of growth outcomes that we want. So you can see the blue line. It shows you that our CPI, our inflation level, are bound now between 4 to 6%. There were levels where it was very high at almost 6%. As a result, we see that the inflation targeting or the monetary policy that the SARB or the Reserve Bank uses through the repo rate, they use that instrument to drive this here down. Now, look at the growth level, which is the orange. Year-on-year growth in South Africa didn't become a problem because of COVID. Start to look at the growth from 2009. This is the orange here, this orange graph. I want you to look at the dip after the financial recession. We have not been able to hit above 4% economic growth per annum since 2010. At best, we have hit around 2.5%, 3% around 2011. Since then, we have slided downwards. Our growth has slided downwards to the level we now see. In 2019, we had a less than 1% growth. This is before COVID. And I want us to stress that the issue of growth not happening, the issue of the low growth trap in South Africa is not because of COVID, but rather the economic structure of the country and the way in which we have propelled growth in South Africa. The investment pathways since pre-94 have not changed. We're still having a capital intensive growth path, highly resource dependent economy. And this is the problem of the South African growth problem. It's been unable to absorb the more than 1 million people that join the labor market annually. This results in the unemployment level rising to 42%. The narrow definition is 1%, 31%. That doesn't tell you the true story. Look at the expanded definition. Youth unemployment. This looks at the narrow definition. You can even see with the narrow definition, we are sitting at crisis level of youth unemployment, literally at 60%. If you look at the expanded definition of those that are discouraged, those that are not looking anymore for work, it's sitting at 70%. This is a crisis for any economy. The poverty rate, as a result, sits at more than 50%. Year on year, we're seeing that GDP now is targeted because of COVID to contract. But you must remember, honorable members, GDP before 2020 was already, look at these numbers here, under 2%. So don't be fixated on COVID. COVID has simply accentuated or emphasized the problems of the economy. So you can see there that we've been stuck since 2015 between 0 and 2% growth. This is not what South Africa needs to take it out of this quagmire of the type of economic outcomes we're having. And I'm going to show you more facts so that you can see the case that we're making is not based on emotion, but rather factual basis. Therefore, the post-COVID recovery needs to look at, very importantly, long-term structural changes to the economy to prevent the free fall, but also to mitigate the COVID-related effects. I think the previous speaker, Doctor, clearly outlined the unequal distribution of the COVID impact across. And we must relay that it is also gender, but also a skill-specific inequality. So we must prevent the free fall. The economic recovery plan is trying to prevent the free fall. So this slide, what I'm showing you here is all you must just focus on is before COVID is the blue line where we were in terms of GDP. The COVID effect has now caused us to dip to the low level, I would say, where South Africa is with the approximation. I've worked on it as an economist to look at the level of effect of GDP, how GDP has literally shook in terms of contracting, and you're seeing the worst effect in South Africa. Well, dealing or have seen a worse effect than most sub-Saharan economies because of the structure of the South African economy. So the contraction is now estimated at 7.8% for the annualized data. Minister of Finance recently released it. It was previously 7.2. This contraction is because of the COVID shock, but you must recall that we're already on a downward trajectory of the slow growth trap of less than 1% growth. We therefore need to have a post-COVID recovery, but also we need a long-term structural reform that speaks to post 6 to 12 months, but also the long-term trajectory of the economy. We really have seen significant job losses because of deindustrialization. We also have seen many subsectors, particularly services, where many SMMEs and companies won't recover. We must agree that South Africa was in a crisis before COVID. You must recall we had 2 technical recessions. We also had a downgrade of the rating agency of South Africa before COVID in March. This was not because of COVID. This was before COVID. COVID, again, has simply accentuated the underlying problems of low growth, of high unemployment, of poverty, and widespread inequality. Unemployment in South Africa is very much aggregated by gender. Look at this, and also the age. The South African outcomes that we see here, we see that the youth labor market outcomes, which are very problematic for those between 15 to 24, are those that are trailing higher than everyone. This slide is showing you unemployment levels. Unemployment level for the youth, and this is the narrow definition that I focused on here with the lines. So the youth, I wanted to point out, is sitting at a massive gap between the youth and the average men and women who are of all ages in the working population. Youth unemployment has a massive, almost 30% gap higher than men and women of all ages. So those between 15 to 24, you see a concentration of unemployment there. That line there at the top is showing you that. You're also seeing outcomes of unemployment for the women and men. Women unemployment is higher than the men unemployment. Where do you see that? You see here for the narrow definition, you see that the red line, there is a gap between women unemployment and men. What is this saying? Is that the labor market outcomes for our people are gender specific. You need to take into account, therefore, all your labor absorption strategies. They must try to absorb your people into the outcomes that are specifically women in the main who are affected worse than the men. Okay. Then the slide at the bottom, what I'm showing you here is this issue of the broad or expanded definition versus narrow definition. When you look at these charts where you see the gray and the orange, since 2008 to now, what is showing you is that the gray is the unemployment rate of the narrow. What Status A usually releases, what they released last month, where they said in the quarter 2 we have 23%, in quarter 3 we have 31%, when they fast forwarded with the results of the labor force survey. This is the narrow definition. What is the orange? The broad unemployment rate. It speaks to the expanded definition. The expanded definition, colleagues, talks to those who have stopped looking for work are now included. So people that are no longer looking for work are not included in the gray, in the narrow definition. The orange includes the broad, which is those who are discouraged work seekers. And you can see that it's much higher. So we need to look at and be concerned about the orange, because the orange tells us those who are called discouraged work seekers, we must have mitigating effects. And when we target unemployment, we must target these ones who are in the broad, because they are sitting hopeless, and the social effects in our country of these workers who are not participating is devastating in our communities at a local level, at a district level, because it's the youth in their prime who are not contributing to South Africa's economy, because the labor market is not able to absorb them. What have been the outcomes of the last few years of economic strategy? The overview I've provided is data that I've analyzed and looked at, and I've seen with the GEAR, with ASGISA, with the New Growth Path, and the National outcome of GEAR and ASGISA have been the best in terms of economic growth at 3.2 and 3.5, though they have not met their targets. We'll also see here that the target of 5.3% growth hasn't been met. We also see that the New Growth Path and the National Development Plan targets of 5%, over 5% growth have also not been met, with an average growth rate of around 2.8, and with the National Development Plan outcomes in the last 7 years with the lowest growth outcomes and growth trajectory. This 1.2 and 2.8% growth is very poor. We therefore need to look at and agree that the economic policy outcomes of 3.2% growth, 2.8% growth, 1.2% growth surely are not what South Africa need, with more than almost 13 million people of our active labor force not participating. We actually in South Africa have more people that are reliant on social grants than those who are actually working, right? So these are the outcomes of all of these economic policies. And what we must see is therefore, if these economic policies are unable to yield the outcomes we want, continuing along these outcomes of GEAR, ASGISA, New Growth Path, National Development Plan, with the implementation, which can be improved, we can still see that even over the last 25 years, with the type of implementation we had prior to 2005 and 2010, we still have not seen and yielded a growth rate of over 6%. This, therefore, for me, is a problem statement to say, therefore, these policy imperatives are not sufficient for the type of outcome we have. Implementation, of course, we know is a problem, but implementation isn't the only problem. South Africa, if you compare it with other emerging markets, you can see that the selected growth of per capita GDP of South Africa compared to other emerging markets is lower. The South Africa line is the navy, and the emerging markets is the orange. The gap between South Africa and emerging markets in terms of growth of per capita GDP is actually widening. That means the quality of life of our people on the ground is worse, right? It's actually contracting. If you look at where we were in the mid-90s, is where we are now. This is not good enough. We must accept that we're do. If China and India are able to, from a compounded annual growth, improve, but we are yielding and contracting like Brazil and the United Arab Emirates, we need to therefore look at what interventions, and I'm happy to be here to talk to this Inclusive Growth Summit to see how we can transform and bring change. I've already spoken about the inflation targeting, that we've used the repo rate in the main to try and bolster what we call household aggregate demand and improve that. South African inequality, colleagues, is the worst globally. This is important for us to deal with because the gains of growth are also impeded with very high level of inequality. So if you have high level of inequality and you don't deal with that, growth becomes a problem because your growth is not spread to all your people, but it's spread to those who have the income, who have the assets, who are concentrated with the wealth, and therefore that is why you remain with these type of outcomes of economic inequality and poverty, even if you grow. So if you have growth, but you don't have a distributive growth that is redistributed to everyone in the population or to the majority, you are going to remain with the high level of poverty that we see. So where is the gender inequality in this? We know that the participation in the labor force participation is very high. So there is a 26 percentage point gap between women and men in the labor force. We also know that the proportion of women that are in the informal and unprotected region is 75% more than men. So what this means, colleagues, is that when you look at your targeted interventions across your economic cluster, we have to, if we want to deal with the issue of gender inequality, support the informal economy. Now, if you look at the economic recovery plan, if you look at the medium-term budget policy statement, if you look at the supplementary budget that was offered by Treasury, how much of that was supporting your informal subsector? How many of the 200 billion that was allocated to the private sector for the banking and the government guarantee for debt was actually supporting the informal sector, I want to put to you, if 1%, it was too high a number. There was very little targeted intervention to informal subsectors, and we're saying that we need to therefore have targeted intervention to improve this. The average global gender pay gap is 24%. South Africa is sitting at around 23 to 30%, depending on subsectors. And also, we therefore also need to look at how much more time women spend in unpaid care work and domestic work than men, 2.5 times more. And these are usually unpaid. So we know that women in the main are in these subsectors. And if you had incentives and stipends targeted at this type of work, it would improve the quality of life, particularly of those in the low levels. What therefore must we do? We need an alternative. I believe that this discussion that we're having here must lead to more policy discussion and imperative. The effect of the COVID-19 shock will be quite dramatic. We already know that there's lower commodity demand across the globe. Your Chinas are contracting, your first world economies are contracting, and South Africa is a commodity-based exporting country. It's a resource-intense country. So that shock of lower demand affects our growth. We know that agricultural exports are also on a downward trajectory. Household demand, because of COVID, is down. Why? People are earning 30% less. Subsectors are contracting between 10 to 90% because of the versus essential service, but also some have not been able to pick up. Tax revenue has declined by over 300 billion, we've heard from our SARS commissioner, and this has also been emphasized by the Minister of Finance. The effect, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, today is that the quarter two output contracted by 51%. This is data released by Stats SA, and the job losses are over 2.2 million. This is in one quarter alone. We have recovered slightly in quarter three with the job losses. Labor force survey was released, but it hasn't from a net perspective, dealt with more than 2.2 million. So net, we've still lost more jobs than we have gained. What therefore must we do? We need to have relief measures that target the poor, that target the chronic poor, and that target the transient poor. I take this from the UNDP's report that has been already that we must target your domestic workers, your informal sector traders, and subsidize their development. I also read that we must have poverty reduction strategies, but these must be underpinned by long-term structural change. Now, when I talk about structural change, I talk about the macroeconomic reforms, not microeconomic reforms, and I'll expand a little bit about that. There's been an unequal outcome, and I saw this again from the UNDP paper that talks to because of the different level of education, COVID affects gender, location, and skills level differently. So those who are educated, those who are in the middle income, those who are working are not affected by COVID if they are in the rural area, in the township, they have no education or didn't finish schooling. So the effect of COVID is unequal. It's a counter-cyclical approach in terms of dealing with COVID from an interventionary perspective. Timing in terms of implementation is critical. Before COVID, I've already mentioned that we have a chronic problem of unemployment. We also must look at the wage inequality. There's a lot of low wages and temporary workers in South Africa. That drives up inequality by 80 to 90% because inequality in South Africa is driven by income inequality. We have to improve the efficiency of the state, the social development, UIF disbursements, and Department of Labor. Technology and efficiency is very low. We also need to reinforce this issue of full employment. The current monetary policy does not see this as an imperative. I want honorable members to really engage and look at why South Africa, in addition to inflation targeting, cannot look at full employment being a driver of economic outcomes through monetary policy, because of the devastating unemployment crises and the effect of the unemployment crises that we have currently. We should be using all of our monetary trade and not looking at that in South Africa. If, for an example, the Federal Reserve, which is the US SARB, the equivalent of the Reserve Bank of South Africa, is targeting full employment with an unemployment rate less than 10%, how is it that South Africa, with almost 70% narrow, expanded definition of youth unemployment, is refusing to review its monetary policy. This is a problem. We also need to review some of the policies and instruments to address poverty. The social welfare policies and cash transfers should be temporary measures. We have adopted them as permanent measures. I want to repeat this. The social welfare policies should have been temporary measures. What should be permanent is the asset-based redistribution that drives growth rather than a consumption-based dependency type of economic growth model. Why are we not reviewing to say, how can we make permanent our people to be dependent and stand on their own, to be able to have assets so they don't rely on the state, where we have more people on social grant than those that are actually working in the labor market? The leaders, therefore, must urgently, we have seen now last week, Fitch rating, Moody's, sub-investment level downgrade. We are going further into the junk status. We are now 2 to 3 level below in terms of investment, sub-investment grade. This is pointing to the economic recovery plan that has been put as a country being rejected even by these credit rating agencies. These are, people argue about the economic policy around them, but the reality is that they are looking at these economic plans and they've made an assessment to say, we're not happy with the plan South Africa's put in place. Therefore, we're giving you guys a sub-investment downgrade further into junk. We're already in junk, colleagues. We're now going further into junk. So we need to implement measures and alternatives that will take us to over 6% growth, that will take us to employing more than 8 to 9 to 10 million. Any plan that doesn't look at more than 10 million people being employed and absorbed into the economy, we should review that plan. Any plan that doesn't tell us how the unemployment rate will decline by more than 70%, we need to review that plan, together with poverty and income inequality. And I think we need to be very hard. So what are the reform measures I would propose and encourage for the members and the legislature? We need a decisive economic strategy. We need to make sure that we have alternative mechanisms to enhance productivity. We also need to reform our value chain and distribution channels. And I'll talk a little bit about this. The issue of the South African economy is that we are guided and managed by oligopolies and monopolistic structures. These oligopolistic and monopolistic structures are not good for our economic growth because they divert concentration of growth to already existing structures, and they are barriers to entry to micro, to small, medium enterprises in their infancy. And therefore, we need to talk about that. And I'm going to make recommendations around oligopolies a little bit later on. We need to have aggressive transfer factors of production to Black South Africans. This is, when I talk factors of production, I'm talking about land. I'm talking about capital, that is finance capital. I'm talking about human capital development to strengthen the labor capabilities along the historical divided racial lines. We haven't been able to see different outcomes of rural schools, of township schools, because the concentration of resources, of subsidies in terms of outcomes is still concentrated in the previously already advantaged schools. We also need to allow for technology to advance growth. In light of labor-intensive industries, we must pitch how we have a growth path that drives labor-intensive growth path, but also uses technology for its betterment. And there is a balancing act here that is needed. That is needed. And then the last point I want to add is the energy transition. The global energy transition is underway, and our energy choices must enable us to actually have stable energy supply. And I think ESCOM must be solved so that we can grow. We cannot grow without a stable and secure energy supply. The outcome, therefore, of our economic woes, we have seen a deteriorating fiscal balance. We have seen that red line talks to the budget balance, and it's, if we're looking at the percentage of our budget balance deteriorating, you can see the downward trajectory there. Our national expenditure is always higher than our revenue. That shows you, therefore, that negative growth of the budget balance over the last few years. And the projections are far worse than what I've shown you here from the medium-term budget policy statement. We've also seen the budget, the balance and debt levels worsening. However, I want to point out South Africa is not necessarily at crisis levels. South Africa, in comparison to other emerging and OECD economies, shouldn't necessarily allow the situation to worsen further. But when you look at the percentage of debt to GDP, the problem in South Africa is that we were sitting at 60%, it's now projected to reach 80%, over 80%, based on the medium-term budget policy statement. We are seeing that the debt issue, if we don't grow, will worsen. So the issue that South Africa should look at is not only constraining expenditure, which is mainly the focus, i.e. we are trying to reduce this here, this light blue. We're trying to reduce it instead of focusing on the Navy to say, while we may try to constrain expenditure or keep it where it is, how are we also trying to increase the government revenue by growing the economy? The only way you can increase government revenue is through the collection of PAYE from people that are working, is through the collection of income tax from SMMEs and companies that are sustainable, that are growing, that are expanding, is through the increase of VAT from people who are consuming and have income in their pockets to actually consume. Let us look at how do we therefore increase the collection of the revenue, because the government debt to GDP levels will be improved by that. The total investment as a percentage of GDP over the last few years we've seen is deteriorating. South Africa, since 1980, I look at the investment level of South Africa against other emerging markets. Just to stipulate this dotted line across here, it just shows the level of investment that South Africa has for the economy's target of 25% to GDP of FDI. That is what the World Bank says will propel growth upwards. So if you're not able to increase your investment to GDP to over this dotted line here, you're unlikely to propel growth through this variable of investment, FDI. So South Africa, since the 1980s, it's not about 1994. 1994, we have applied neoliberal policies. You can see from here, 1994, we have really remained flat. We tried to increase here to around just over 20%. In terms of 24% is the highest at around 2008-07, and then we've gone back down to around 18% of total investment as a proportion of GDP. So what you're seeing in comparison to other emerging markets, again, others have grown to over 25%, and you can break it down for the various economies, particularly BRICS economies. But South Africa has not seen that happening. And despite the neoliberal economic framework that we have approached and inculcated, investment levels are very poor. The investment summit, by the way, even with that, remember the investment summit started 2018. So 2018-19, there is a lag effect. We call it a lag effect as economists, i.e. even if you do something now, it may show in 3, 6, 12 months down the line. So there's a lag effect. The numbers are not showing us a growth of economic investment from total investment as a proportion of GDP over 25%, which is our target, even as a country in the NDP. Gross fixed capital formation is another variable that you can assess on the state of the economy. Again, South Africa is at the bottom here with the red. We are not seeing reinvestment into machinery, capital, equipment, into South Africa's economy. If you look at China, which we like to compare ourselves to as an emerging economy in the BRICS economy, we are not seeing the type of reinvestment of private sector capital into these subsectors that are critical for the economy. And as a result, it's no surprise that we're not growing. It shouldn't actually come as a surprise. If this variable doesn't go up, right, we're seeing it go down since 2008. It's not a COVID issue, this is a, I would say, private sector investment strike. And therefore, we need to look at how do we propel gross fixed capital formation. The risk aversion is on the rise. Most of our private sector credit extension, which is money that is in the form of loans and capital from the private sector, i.e. banks, your financial intermediaries, is going into this yellow, which is mortgages. So companies are sending our people, giving people mortgages, but money going into productive sector, investments into productive productive sector is very low with this light blue line here that you can see as a proportion of the total is less than 5%. We need to therefore look at how do we use DFIs? How do we use reinvestment of our own capital into these subsectors that are productive, that will drive up the collection of revenue so that we can actually improve our economic outcomes. So what has this led to for South Africa since the post-apartheid economy? The contribution of primary, secondary, and tertiary level sectors, you can see here from the gray, is primarily coming from services. So services sector grows much more than all the other subsectors. The orange is the secondary. The secondary sector should be the bolstering and the underpinning growth driver of any economy if you want to really have sustainable growth. The reason why COVID has hit us so hard is because the secondary contribution to our economy, secondary sector, is minimal in comparison to services. And you recover quicker if your secondary sector as a proportion of GDP is actually higher. South Africa currently is deindustrializing. The contribution of secondary sector is 18%. The contribution of primary sector is less than 10%. If we break down agriculture and mining and quarrying, we see that it's agriculture contribution is less than 5%. Most of our growth come from 70% come from your tertiary, which is your fire, your financial insurance, real estate is your what they call wholesale and retail trade, and your government sectors are here. So we're seeing here that these subsectors are not driving the economic growth we want to see, because the South African growth story from 1993, you can see from the data, is coming from services. What therefore we need to propel, if we want to deal with the gender inequality, if we want to deal with distribution of assets and wealth, we must push up both these two. The orange, which is the secondary sector, we need to grow it as much as we've grown tertiary. We also need to grow our primary sector, which is where your agriculture is, up, take it up. This is where the problem in South Africa lies. We're constrained in our growth and our growth drivers because most of our economic policy has grown your services. Services has shown us, therefore, since 1993, this is more than 25 years, we cannot absorb our youth into service. We're unable to absorb year on year sufficiently because it's capital intensive. We're also seeing the type of skills needed here are your high skilled, your professionals, which is not the youth, the labor market construct of South Africa. So CGE, what CGE has done historically to address this is we've looked at National Gender Policy Framework, we've looked at economic empowerment programs, and this hasn't been a strong point of CGE, I must admit. I think we are trying to improve our economic focus now. We have looked at the national gender machinery and made recommendation on the planning, budgeting, and monitoring framework. What we have done, we've looked at the program of GBV and how economic dependence influenced GBV. We've also assessed the issue of gender focal points in South Africa across the district and national provinces. These are some older studies that we've done, and I'm providing a historical analysis just to give a synopsis because not everyone here may know what we have done as an institution. What we've done now also is to look at the NDP and the assessment of the NDP, and I shared it, I think, at the, there was a recent engagement NCOP had on what CGE has done on the NDP, and I spoke to education outcome, National Assembly outcome, gender parity across the legislature, and other articles around the law reform, and I'm not going to focus on that today because that's not the purpose of our discussion. What I want to focus on is the women economic empowerment issue. And we did a report this year that we've released. And clearly the DTI and the Department of Small Business have articulated women economic empowerment in their plan and also in their department. But the outcomes we have seen are very problematic and not sufficient. So we therefore made recommendations in the Sink or Swim report to say we need clear targets, we need to improve the time frame, we need to define the indicators of success of these public procurement targets. A lot of the time there are announcements, but the problem is in the implementation. And one of the key things is the type of loans that are dispersed, is the skills training that is needed, and the consistent and sustained support to loan recipients is imperative to the growth of women within economic empowerment programs using public procurement. The question, therefore, as a country is, what type of growth do we want? What type of outcomes do we want? What is it that South Africa wants? We have seen in the presentation I've given us the outcome that we've seen. We have seen that on the left is what we have done. We have seen the low investment level. We've seen the high unemployment. We've seen the poverty. If we continue on this path as a country, we'll get the same outcomes. I want to repeat, if we continue on this path as a country, there will be no change in outcomes. However, if we choose an alternative and we choose to review our policies and we have a discussion, frankly, as the legislator, as policymakers, as institutions, say, what now must we do to change the outcomes? Because clearly this disinvestment, clearly the low level of growth, the low level of high level of unemployment is of COVID is a systemic issue of the type of growth path we've had, which is mineral energy complex confined, which is also confined to the type of investment pathways we have seen. And we're seeing that productive sectors are not reinvested into by the economy, by the private sector in the form of gross fixed capital formation, in the form of total FDI level, in the form of private sector credit extension. And these are facts. It's not something that I'm just pulling out of nowhere. Therefore, what must we do? We must do things differently. What are those different things? What has been proposed is that we must borrow money from the IMF. What we've been told is that there's a 500 billion stimulus. And I want to put to us that I think because of the credit rating downgrade and the cost of borrowing and the dollar-denominated debt, we need to look at alternative ways to raise capital as a country. We need to look at alternative ways to raise money for this infrastructure-led growth. I think we should have an industrialized-led growth with infrastructure as an enabler, and I support fully the drive to drive infrastructure, but we must look at the disbursement of it across all the spatial patterns and the unequal development across the country. We need to move away from Bretton Woods institution and borrowing money. It's going to hit us hard later. We do not control the currency markets. We also may find that we are constrained from sovereignty as a country. If we default on this debt, our economic policies will be controlled by the IMF, by all these other people we owe money, because now you must implement the structural adjustment programs of the institutions if you are not able to repay. So we need to get out of this trap as a country and make sure we look at alternative domestic resource mobilization approaches. There must be some kind of structural reform that looks at the macro picture. So the micro pictures is what Treasury has proposed: reducing cost of doing business, improving connectivity, making sure that the infrastructure and so forth is put in place. These are not macroeconomic reforms. And if we don't have macroeconomic reforms, we're not going to see macroeconomic outcomes that impede and improve unemployment and inequality. Let's try to improve the coordination between the fiscal policy instrument and monetary policy instrument that will drive full employment. We're continuing to deindustrialize, and we're not talking about new industries. Let's look at frontier industries. South Africa has economic complexities and what we call ECIs that are existing in manufacturing. We don't need to necessarily do away with what is there, but we can build from what is there. And there are poor relief measures. They're not distributed to informal, they're not distributed to the poor at the level that you need, and the temporary employment relief scheme must be applauded, the UIF disbursements. However, there have been problems in the implementation, and that's where the capacity of the state must come in. I want to focus on the loan guarantee, the 200 billion loan guarantee of the fiscus. Why I say this 500 billion is not 500 billion. 500 billion minus 200 billion, the credit guarantee or the loan guarantee scheme that the private sector has been given is exactly that. It's not money that is given, so that is given directly to people. But of that 200 billion, only 16 billion has been used. It's projected that by January, 21 billion will be used of that 200 billion. So if you take from 500 billion, you remove that 200 billion, you already know that it's less than 300 billion that has been appropriated for the stimulus. And even then, only 16 billion to date has been used of that total amount, less than 10%, which is very minimal. And it's been given, and we know the Minister of Small Business Development said that 75% of the beneficiaries are white-owned businesses. That means that definitely your informal, your economy, the women in the rural areas, our township economies are left out of that. Banks are not interested in coming to the party here. They have shown us, even with the government guarantee, that it's too high risk. And these are non-recourse loans, and they're not interested. So I think we need an alternative strategy. So in the main, the Treasury, 36 billion non-interest expenditure was the total allocation. I won't go into that. But therefore, what are the mechanisms, as I conclude, to advance women inclusivity? What are the mechanisms that we can employ? I think there are 7. The 7 are: we must industrialize. We've got to industrialize. We've got to look at the macro policy instruments with industrialization. We've got to adapt. Number 2, labor absorbing strategies. We must prioritize these subsectors. We must support using state procurement to adopt labor absorbing strategies. This is not a choice. We are sitting on an unemployment crisis. We must, number 3, boost domestic food production and rural development. This is critical for non-farm rural income households. If we boost domestic food production, we will reinvest the gains productively into our own people, into the income. And I think we need to align these top 3. If we can do these 3 things, if we can realign the state capacity to industrialize, to adopt labor absorbing strategies, we already have some of these things in place. But the outcomes that we have seen from the existing DTI measures, from the existing agricultural rural development measures, have not yielded more than 5% contribution of agriculture to total GDP, have deindustrialized. We're sitting with 10.8 million unemployed. So what it's saying is that the existing policy adequate. So we must look at new ways to do things. Number 4, I look at the private sector and domestic resources. We must use pension funds. We must look at how do we use the legislation to enable domestic resource mobilization as an opportunity to drive growth. And we must improve private sector participation. I talk to tax hoarding, I talk to illicit capital flows, I talk to how we must stimulate of South Africa. Strategic fiscal stimulus, we must do the long-term structural interventions. And I think the president has mentioned in many speeches the issue of state capacity. We must therefore have clear strategies. How are the different economic cluster departments going to work differently? How are the DFIs going to work differently to give us different outcomes? Must remember, if we continue to do the same thing, even now, we're going to get the same outcome. And growth must come through redistribution and not, we mustn't hope for trickle-down effect. So from a gender perspective, I want to focus on, we must collect gender-specific data from the national planning. All the ministries should be reporting on how they are implementing budgets to gender and women specifically. We must have measurable outputs that are linked to these budget allocations. Budgeting and planning is intrinsic in terms of our planning. We have advanced and are pushing for this as CGE, and we have also said that we should, as a country, to deal with the spatial divide and to deal with the inequality and unequal access across all of our subsectors, the issue of gender responsive budgeting should be put in place in our planning. Some provinces have moved ahead than others. Other departments don't even implement this. There are no measurable output for women. Even National Treasury, we need to get them to actually how the gender allocation is happening so that we can deal with the issue of inequality. From gender specific, we must therefore, from DTI, small business development, NEFPI, the number of women who are given assets, given who are given all the disbursement of support measures in mass. So we're seeing that historically, it cannot, we mustn't think it's going to happen without targeted intervention. We must also develop human resources and skill that improve outcomes, right? Across the DBE and higher education space. I won't focus on this because it's education outcomes, but the outcomes in the rural areas and townships and TVET colleges specifically must be better resourced, but we must also get better value for the money. Achieve equitable representation across all occupational categories. So the Commission of Employment, we should begin to monitor and legislatively these outcomes to focus on also the absorbed sectors, the gains we make when we implement these different outcomes. The last 3 bullets, you see that the preferential procurement and investment into women-owned businesses should be targeted and regulatory framework. We have seen now with the recent case on public procurement, the regulations that have been void by the constitutional court, or I'm not sure what level of court, but it's concerning. And what we have been told is that it doesn't affect the BBBE Act and the implementation of the BBBE Act. But what it talks to is that preferential procurement should be a non-negotiable. If there are any gaps or loose screws in that in the framework, localization, primarily of SMMEs, and we must target that for your. To focus on the issue of informal sectors. We need this issue of what we call microfinance. Our DFIs are also very neoliberal in their approach. They support big businesses. The CIFA, though, is targeting what we call the smaller micro enterprises. But even then, small microfinance companies, those that are, your informal workers or selling clothes or selling goods on the street, who is helping those people? Who is giving them subsidies? Who is assisting them and putting infrastructure and making sure at a local level? And this discussion we're having here today, the local municipalities and the ability to assist at the local level of informal finance. We shouldn't be taking our women away from the place where people are working. Instead, we should be putting up allows them to store their things safely, that allows them to not have to carry every day from home and back to the place of work all of their equipment, that puts in place safety to protect, because these informal sectors are the drivers of our rural economies, of our town economies. And if we don't support the micro and the informal sectors, it is unlikely that we will see the type of growth we want to see. So from a legislative perspective, what can the legislator do? They must oversee illicit flows. We must wealth the wealthy. We must tax the wealthy. And these illicit capital flows that have tax havens and other places. So it's the bigger companies that do this. And you really need to oversee and make sure that the SARB is correctly, the Reserve Bank is correctly, even the tax, South African Revenue Services is correctly structured and financed so that they can go after this illicit capital flows. Tax reserves, the companies have what we call idle cash tax reserves. 1.4 trillion is an approximate number from research. This is a lot of money that is not being reinvested. Top 50 JSE listed firms are sitting on big amounts and they're not reinvesting into the economy. Therefore, there should be a tax on these cash reserves where companies are sitting on hundreds of billions of cash and they're not reinvesting. We cannot expect foreign companies to come to South Africa to reinvest when we ourselves are not investing. The procurement bill, targets are not mandatory, but we must have accountability and sanctions for not meeting of these targets. We've seen with the competition bill, many of the World Cup companies that literally stole from the state, they got away fines. They paid smallanyana fines, and no, they're still existing. We're told that they are the backbone of our economy, and yet we know that the cost of the World Cup bidding, for an example, if we were serious, we should revoke licenses of companies that operate like cartels. Fines are not a disincentive. They simply budget for them in their financials. We should revoke licenses. We should have criminal effect and actually hold CEOs that enable this type of a behavior of breaking the competition law criminally held. The dominance definition of oligopolies is problematic for me if you look at it, and I think we need to review that as a country, because you're finding in the retail space, there are 3 supermarkets that control 82% of the market share. 3 supermarkets that control the supply of supermarkets across the country. This is 3 supermarkets. These 3 supermarkets, in terms of ownership, you can look at the ownership, is holding companies, and the majority of our people don't even benefit. So therefore, we should allow for the entry of SMMEs. In every country, you normally have small grocery stores across the plain so that people can shop in the corner store, and you see the benefit of locals who actually also benefit from the household income spread in the local space. We are not seeing that anymore in South Africa because we have oligopolies controlling the entire value chain. If you add the other 2, so the 3 supermarkets is Spar, is Pick n Pay, ShopRite Holding. If they control 82%. If you add the other 2 of Massmart Holding and Woolworths Holding, it goes to 96%. 96% controlled by 5 companies. We need aggressive triple BE. And I've already spoken to this, I won't stress it. In maths and science, in terms of economic outcomes, is critical. We must invest in maths and science, in education. And I think those who are in this space, for us to have a labor force and a skills base for manufacturing and research and development, it is imperative that we have R&D.
To the conclusion.
Let me move to the last slide.
Yes, please.
The last slide is that it can be of over 7% GDP. So this target of 2% growth, 1% growth, 3% for South Africa is a problem. We therefore need to look at ourselves and say, why are we allowing our own economic plan to target 2 to 3% growth? A conclusion in my last slide is to say, we must recapitalize our development finance institutions so that we can target new entrants and new industries, infrastructure asset class in the pension market. We need to strengthen cooperation amongst our DFIs to strengthen provincial and local level massification, because if we don't massify, and lastly, COVID-19 is an opportunity for us to restructure, reignite, and restore. I'm going to change, colleagues, my device because this one has a problem with the video. I want to thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Moleko. We appreciate your input. It was really informative. And once again, I, in actual fact, requested specifically that you return after your input of the other day that you made an input. So we appreciate all the effort that you put into the research and to make sure that you give us a real gendered perspective of the issues around the economic deprivement of women. We are going to continue with our program, and we will now put the SG, Mr. Risenga Maluleke, to give us a poverty mapping overview. Over to you, Mr. Maluleke. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Deputy Chair of the NCOP. And I must admit, Stetsa has appeared before you many times and in different setups. Let me take note of the presence of the Deputy Speaker. And of course, let me take note of ministers that are present, honorable members of parliament, fellow panelists, Dr. Odusola and Dr. Moleko, and of course, all protocols observed. Let me start off by saying that it's always very good to come before speakers like Dr. Odusola and Dr. Moleko, because they speak with passion, Chair. And now it elevates numbers that we're about to present to have to be at that level of passion, but taking away the policy space and only remaining independent on the numbers. Let us first look at what space Stetsa operates in. Stetsa operates largely in the outcomes environment. I usually use the housing analogy. The number of houses that we are building, firstly, the budgets that we put in place, the facilities and the workers are part of the input. The process indicators, how many houses do we build per day? How many bricks do we use per day? Those are process indicators. Then outputs, how many houses do we have, will we build at the end of the day? And indeed, the outcomes, how many people move into those houses? So we always want to know, surveys and censuses are about outcomes, a bit about output, but more about outcomes. And indeed, the impact is usually dealt with by the HSRC and other agencies. Now, let us look at income and inequality and poverty. And this is what the brief that you gave us, Chair. We talk about money metric poverty, which is the lack of income and of course, expenditure. But when we talk about this money metric one, it's the $1, $2 a day, which we are able to compare with other countries. We also have inequality where we look at Gini coefficient, the share of expenditure and the like. And of course, we have subjective poverty, which is self-perceived. Someone saying, I'm poor because I don't have a car. I'm poor because I don't have water. I'm poor because I don't have parents and the like. And we also have multidimensional poverty, which is lack of basic services, education, health facilities, and the like. We need to look at what are the poverty lines that we are talking about, and we'll talk about the poverty lines as of 2020. Chairperson and honorable members, I want to focus us straight to the lower bound poverty line, which is in the middle. This is the one that we focus on as a country. The National Development Plan tells us to look and track ourselves on how we are doing regarding the national poverty, the lower bound poverty line. And this is a line that people have to choose between food and important non-food items. So here it's when people have this income, they will afford food, but sometimes they have to choose whether they want to buy food or important non-food items. Whereas the food poverty line, which is at the bottom, is about the number of those that without earning this money, 585 rand per person per month, they will not be able to have enough calories, minimum daily intake that they need to have the energy to survive. So at an upper bound, that's where people then start choosing between the desired minimum lifestyle that they want to have. So we will focus mainly on the 840 rands per person per month as the lower bound poverty line. And we need to look at prices, Chair, how they've been rising. They're not prices, the amounts in terms of how they've been rising from 2006, where the lower bound, that is the middle line there, the orange line or light brown line, which was 370 rands in 2006, all the way now to 2020, sitting at 840 rands. I will focus only on that line because that's the one we are tracking on the NDP. Now, let us look at how many people are poor in our country. According to the lower bound poverty line, which is in our National Development Plan, 40% of people in our country were poor in 2015. Honorable members, I know whenever I talk about 2015, I'll be asked, give us the latest statistics. This is the latest statistics that we have based on the availability of data. As a country, we have never had enough money to fund the poverty surveys since 2015. And for such reasons, we have no other basis. We can have estimates and anybody can give us estimates, but we have no basis, an official basis through which to measure poverty. All we know is that since 2011, poverty has been rising, but where it is, how many people are poor, we will never know. Estimates may be made, but until we do the income and expenditure survey through which we can measure poverty, we will not be able to know. So let us look at how poverty has been behaving over time. We are saying that all poverty lines, be it food poverty line, lower bound and upper bound, had been declining largely from 2009 all the way to 2011. But as of 2011, all poverty lines are rising. The lower bound poverty line that we are tracking, in 2011, we had 36.4% of the people that were poor. As of 2015, we had 40%, which had increased by 3.6 percentage points. And of course, that represented a considerable number of people. And this, it was about 13.8 people that were below the food poverty line when we look at only the food poverty line. But when we look at the lower bound, the fact that it's increasing and we are not aware of where it is increasing to, then for policymakers, this is a matter, and parliamentarians indeed, and members of the executive, this is a matter that should worry us for purposes of moving forward. But let me talk about how the provinces have fared. When we look between 2011 and 2015, we have seen that all the provinces, I want us to focus on every graph. I'll use Limpopo, the red line on the left-hand side, top left. That is where we had the highest incidence of poverty. We can see that there was a drop between 2009 and 2011. It dropped sharply, as we see with every province. The drops were sharp. But then after 2011, we see a small tick going up for all the provinces. That is Limpopo, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, Free State, Gauteng, and the Western Cape. The only two provinces where poverty has remained a lot more poorer, lower, and in some cases declining, are Mpumalanga and the Northern Cape. As in Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal, we see that these have been consistently the poorest provinces all over time. In general, rural provinces are always poorer. As we can see, Gauteng and the Western Cape on the right-hand side bottom have lower levels of poverty and remain all the time less poor than the rural provinces. We need to look at comparisons between males and females to see what happens. Women remain vulnerable and remain much more poorer than men. We are sitting at 41.7% of females as of 2015 who were poor, compared to male counterparts of 38.2%. So what is we are seeing here is women were above the national average as of 2015, the national average being 40%. We want to look at what happens to poverty between 2006 and 2015 and 16. And this we are using the community survey. That's why we're able to expand even a lot more further. We are looking in terms of age cohorts. And I want us to look largely at the children at the bottom who were the poorest as of 2006. That is 0 to 17. So the decision to have a social net in terms of catering for children 0 to 18 years in terms of alleviating poverty became quite imperative because they were the poorest in the country in terms of manimetric level at lower bound poverty level. And the elderly, 65 years and above, remain the second poorest, the third poorest after a cohort of 18 to 24, which was the second poorest in the country. Now, let us see what has happened of 2015. As of 2015, we see that when government intervened in terms of providing the social wage, the poverty levels of children dropped by 11.8 percentage points, and that of the elderly dropped by 19.3 percentage points. So all age cohorts, poverty dropped, but we can see that amongst the elderly, it dropped the most, which was by 19.3 percentage points. So it does explain that indeed the intervention by government on the social wage does assist, especially amongst the children and indeed amongst the elderly. We are looking at households as poor and non-poor. We are seeing that the poorer households are much more vulnerable and much more struggling in access to services compared to the non-poor households. Let us look, for example, on the left-hand side, those are poor households. On the right-hand side, it's non-poor households. Let us look, the household size, for example, is much bigger in the poorer households. But when we look at access to electricity, for example, the poor households are sitting at 80.5%, whereas the non-poor are sitting at 91.4%. Let us look at piped water, for example. The poor households are actually accessing only 59% of those can access water, whereas amongst the non-poor, about 86.7% can access services such as piped water. Now, let us look at household income, for example. It's 46,000 rands, slightly in the excess of 46,000 rands for poor households. But for non-poor households, it's almost 200,000. That's 199,267. So we can see that poor households are actually struggling. Let us look at, this was at manimetric level. Now we want to look at the multidimensional side. And in South Africa, we have what we call the South African multidimensional poverty. It's very critical why other countries only have what we call the MPI. They only talk about access to health, education, and they are looking at their living standards. In our case as South Africa, because we have realized that unemployment becomes a driver of poverty, we have included unemployment in our multidimensional poverty, and we have come up with what we call South African Multidimensional Poverty Index, which is SAMPI. In this regard, Chairperson, we are saying that our South African Multidimensional Poverty Index, SAMPI, is actually declining. It's declining in terms of the number of those that are poor. We're looking at having set in 2001 at 18%, 17.9 to be exact. In 2011, we're sitting at 8%. In 2016, we declined to 7%, which is closer to international or the global multidimensional poverty. Let us look further at how we have fared in terms of the poorest districts in the country. I want us, Chairperson, to look at different colors. Red, for example, for the Western Cape, gray for Limpopo, blue for the Eastern Cape, green for Northern Cape. Chairperson, and I know when you talk to MPs, you talk to MPs as representatives of political parties. But let me mention that these colors have nothing to do with the colors that the political parties choose at any given point. Now, I want us to see, as of 2001, Msinga was the one with the highest number of poor people in terms of head count. It was about 60%, which was exactly 59.8% of people in Msinga were poor. And this is what we observed in the whole country, much more poorer than any other district. Now, let us move and see what has happened all the way to 2011. So 2002, 2003, and all the way to 2011, poverty in Msinga still remained the highest in the country. But as it remained the highest in the country, it had declined from about 60% to about 37%. Let us look further in terms of how did it go all the way to 2016. There it is, it has dropped to, by about 40 percentage points, straight to 24.5%, but Insika Yetu then overtook Msinga as the highest one, the one with the highest incidence of poverty in the country in terms of municipalities. I just want us to go back. We have seen how the bubbles are moving towards the left and how we are decreasing poverty. But I want us now to look at how the bubbles are dropping down, but I need to explain what happens. When they move leftwards, we are only decreasing the number of those that are poor as a country. When they start dropping down, those who are poor, it means the way they feel the intensity of poverty is declining. The bigger bubbles, Chairperson, and indeed honorable members and ministers, the bigger bubbles represent cities. For example, the red bubble represents the city of Cape Town. And we can see, for example, Ekurhuleni, city of Joburg, and Tshwane, represented by the light brown bubbles. The orange bubble represents eThekwini, for example, and all the others are smaller municipalities which are not necessarily metros. Now let us watch how the bubbles are now dropping down. So we are going to start again. We can see the red bubble is continuing to drop as of 2011. Let's see going to 2016. The red bubble drops a lot more than the light brown bubbles, for example. And this means that, for example, when we compare the city of Cape Town with the city of Joburg, Tshwane, as well as Ekurhuleni, the city of Cape Town is dropping a lot more, meaning that those who feel poverty in Cape Town, in the city of Cape Town, feel a lot more less of it in terms of intensity than they felt in 2001. And what is happening generally is poverty dropped the most in the Western Cape than anywhere else in the country amongst the municipalities. So let us look at which are the poorest 10 municipalities in the country. The 10, by head count, the 10 poorest municipalities in the country are in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. In Tsika, as we have indicated that it has overtaken Msinga, we can see it's the most poorer, followed by Msinga, all the way to Nusa Hill, which is the 10th one. Now, having said so, we want to look at district and what is that? Municipal, what's that? What do we call them? We need to look at district and municipal poverty levels as of 2016. And here we are using the community survey. And using the community survey, we are saying that the eastern seaboard of the country remains the poorest in the country. We can see the darker color is on the eastern seaboard, as we have indicated already, that poverty is more in the Eastern Cape as well as in KwaZulu-Natal. We have pockets on the western side of the country, and when you look, you use the N1 as the west-east axis. We can see we have pockets, but they are not as much as we see on the eastern part of the country. Generally, when we use the N1 as the axis, the larger population of the country is on the eastern side of the N1, and that's why we see a larger heavy load. Now, let us look at using head count by ward, using Census 2011. We can see that where we see the lighter the color, it means we have more poorer head counts than what we see in the darker colors. And it's just a mix of colors we have used, which we picked up randomly. In the previous ones, we were using darker colors, using the community survey of 2016. But here we are using the Census 2011 because Census 2011 was a full count of the population that allowed us to go to the ward level. That is why the lighter color in this one represents the poorer parts in our country as compared to the greener parts, which are relatively not so poor. Now, let us look, for example, by municipality in the Eastern Cape. We can see that the lowest part of the Eastern Cape is relatively less poorer than the northern part of the Eastern Cape. As we can see, the northern part of the Eastern Cape, according to Census 2011, is lighter in color, meaning that it's a lot more poorer. And that actually links further into KwaZulu-Natal, whereas the bottom part of the Eastern Cape links into the Western Cape. So we can see patterns according to geographic settings. And when we look at Port St. John's, for example, by ward, we can see the lighter parts in Port St. John's, which are a lot more poorer than the darker parts, which are actually less poorer when we look at matters of headcount poverty. Now, we want to look at what drives poverty in our country. The drivers of poverty, we'll remember we have included employment in our South African Multidimensional Poverty Index. Now, unemployment and years of schooling drive poverty in our country. So when people have lesser levels of education, or when years of schooling are lesser, and with lower levels of education, it means people can't get jobs. And when they can't get jobs, it means they can't go out of poverty. And in this regard, we have picked up that both years of schooling as well as unemployment are the biggest drivers of multidimensional poverty than any other dimension, like type of dwelling, like energy for cooking, water, and the like. For example, Unemployment in 2001, 2011, and again in 2016 during the community survey has been growing as a contributor from 33% to 40% to 52%. While years of schooling showing that we have more people accessing education coming out of 2001 to 2016 is dropping, it still remains relatively higher than other dimensions. Now, years of schooling as of 2016 was sitting at 11%. That 11% plus the 52% of unemployment means that the two of them account for 63% as drivers of poverty, which is the two of them account for the highest. Now, we want to look at female-headed households in relation to employment in their households. 52.5% of female-headed households in Limpopo didn't have an employed household member. And we can see this is the highest, followed by the Eastern Cape. Generally, all the rural provinces, all the way to KwaZulu-Natal, are above the national average. And what is happening is that the darker color represent males. For example, on the top line of Limpopo, 52% of female-headed households did not have anybody employed in their household, opposed to about 26.5% of male-headed households. So generally, male-headed households have lesser was that inclination towards having a member in their household not employed, whereas female-headed households are much more vulnerable. They have the chances of them having an unemployed member in their household are generally higher, meaning that female-headed households are much more exposed to poverty than male-headed households if we use the fact that unemployment is a bigger driver of poverty. Let us look at sources of income, major sources of income. Salaries or wages remain the larger source of income, the main source of income. In South Africa, which is the third bar from bottom, which is the national average, we have about 59% of income coming from salaries. But when we look at provinces like Gauteng and the Western Cape, they're below the national average, meaning that they enjoy more of income from, I can't say they're below, I should say in terms of salaries, they are higher than the national average. They're higher than the national average because they enjoy more or higher than national average sources of income as salaries than any other thing else. But the ones that are much more vulnerable are our rural provinces again. And they rely a little bit more on grants. It doesn't mean that salaries are not the main source of income, but grants have the highest share in Limpopo and the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape and the like. But in the Eastern Cape, it's the highest. That is the second one from the top, sitting at 35% of grants being was that source of income. So it means more people in the Eastern Cape than anywhere in the country rely on grants as main sources of income, while still salaries are the majority in the Eastern Cape. But in the country, the Eastern Cape has the highest number of people who are dependent on grants as the main source of income. We still have remittances, that is the brown color, or the light brown color. The orange, the orange or yellow color is the one that represents grants, as I've indicated. Now, let us look at the role of grants in our country in terms of, we have seen household grants and grants at a personal level rising from 2002. That is the top two lines. They are rising all the way. Let us look grants at the household level, for example. In 2002, 2003, they were sitting at 30.8% access. Let us look now. We are sitting as of 2018 at 44.3%. But as the two lines are rising, that is, as our society accesses grants at household and personal level, hunger is dropping. Vulnerability to hunger at household level and at person level are actually dropping. And as they drop, it means that the intervention of the grants is actually saving a lot of our people out of hunger. Now, let us look at the provinces. What is happening in the provinces? We are saying that in Limpopo as a whole, 4.2% experienced the whole issue of suffering from hunger, but being the lowest in the country. I want us to look at Limpopo on the left, for example. Limpopo on both male and female, male being the blue, female being the light brown color, experiences the lowest hunger than any other parts of the country. And it's the only province where females are lesser exposed to hunger than males. I think the males there are seated there and they don't want to go and get some food or for whatever reason. But all the other provinces, we see women much more exposed or vulnerable to hunger. We can see all other provinces, including the national one, the gray color there. Females are much more exposed to hunger. That is, the bar that is light brown is more higher in all the provinces than in Limpopo. We have seen, of course, that subsistence farming in Limpopo is the highest at the stage, which used to be the highest in the Eastern Cape, but has actually declined over time. Now, let us look at those who rely on those who have registered themselves as indigents in relation to municipalities, and we are taking them by province. We have about 3.6 million nationwide as indigent households. And of course, we can see that the majority of those are sitting in Gauteng at about 863,000, followed by KwaZulu-Natal at about followed by the Eastern Cape at 797,000, followed by KwaZulu-Natal at 769,000. But different people have classified themselves as indigents in relation to water, electricity, sewage and sanitation, and solid waste management. Having said so, let us look at the issue of where does issues of gender and issues of disability put us in relation to prevalence of disability, number one. Number two, in terms of how we are faring in terms of people who are living with disability. For starters, we had highest levels of disability in the Free State, sitting at 11%, followed by the Northern Cape at 10.7%. The national average is 7.7%, which is the gray bar. And we have lesser prevalences in lesser than national average in Mpumalanga, Gauteng, Limpopo, and the Western Cape. Now, let us see in terms of average annual income for people with disability, living with disability. People living with disability tend to be having lesser income compared to people that are not living with disability. We can compare them in terms of the blue color showing us the people living with disability, which shows lesser income in different levels, even for males and females, whereas in terms of those without disability, the gray bar is relatively higher in terms of their income. We want to look at the issues of disability and education. We are saying that people living with disability show the highest proportion of no formal education, sitting at 24.6%, which is compared to lower proportions of higher education at 5.1%. And when we compare that 24.6%, people without disability with no formal education are sitting at 7.4%. And of course, those with tertiary or higher education are 11% compared to 5.1% of people living with disability. Let us look at earnings in terms of male-female. In 2018, women's median monthly earnings were 76% those of males. So what we are saying is that if we reach parity, we would have women sitting at 100% equally with men. So for whatever R1 that men earn, women earn 76 cents. For whatever R100 that men earn, women earn 76 rand. So what it's saying here is that women earn 76% nationally of what males earn. Let us look in terms of education. Even the educated women with tertiary education haven't reached the parity of men. If we look at this slide, chairperson, ministers and honorable members and distinguished delegates, we can see that for tertiary women, they are about 8% short, percentage points short to reach to where men are. They are only earning at the top 92.3% of what men are earning. It's even worse for women who are having less than primary education completed. At the bottom, they are earning only 53.3% of what men are earning. So we haven't reached parity, gender parity in relation to earnings that relate to men and women in the country. And when we look at provinces, for example, we can see that in Western Cape, women are earning a lot more better, albeit the fact that they haven't reached the same level as males. They are earning a lot more better compared to males, sitting at 86.9%, followed by the Eastern Cape, followed by Gauteng. The lowest is in Limpopo, where women earn 66% of what men are earning. So what this is telling us is that women are still much more exposed and vulnerable to even earnings. So when we want to beat poverty, when we say years of employment, years of schooling, employment, as well as when you are employed, you can earn something. If they are not earning enough, it then explains why they remain a lot more poorer than males, because they can't actually, what you earn, your income determines your expenditure patterns. Let us look at employment. In terms of employment, our unemployment rate as we are sitting at the stage, national average, we are sitting at 30.8%. That is on the left-hand side at the top. 30.8% in terms of the national average. But when we look at both males and females, women are much more vulnerable to labor markets. If we look at the right-hand side representation of graphics, it tells us that generally women are sitting at an unemployment rate of 32.3% as of the third quarter of 2020. But then Black African women are much more vulnerable to labor markets because they are sitting far above the national average. Firstly, the national average of 30.8%, even amongst themselves as women, they are sitting above the national average. The national average for women is 32.3%. Black African women are sitting at 36.4%, which is the highest, but they are not the only ones. Women and youth remain vulnerable to labor markets. Now, let us look at the expanded definition. When we look at the expanded definition, irrespective of gender, Black African as a collective population group and coloreds remain vulnerable to labor markets. But it's even worse for women in those two population groups of Black African and the coloreds. They are far higher in the expanded definition. Women, Black African women are sitting at 51.4%. That is the dot on the right-hand side. And then let us look at colored women are sitting at 35.7%. Generally, in all aspects of life, Black Africans and coloreds are much more vulnerable. The Indian Asian population group is catching up with the whites. But for Black African women and colored women, it's even worse. They remain vulnerable in all sorts of aspects of life. Let us look at young people not in employment, education, and training. We are saying that in the country we have about 10.3 million young people, that is those aged 15 to 24 years. But because youth formations usually want us to go to 35 years, those aged 15 to 34 years are 20 million, 20.5 million in our country. Of those, about 8.5 million are exposed to not being in employment, education, and training. And that represents about 43% of the not in employment, education, and training. Now, let us come to years of schooling, and we look at, we still have young learners, especially in primary school. Right at the bottom, we see the blue line creeping into ages as far as about 20 years. And on the secondary color education or secondary school color, we are using the brown color. We can see that we have the line at the bottom creeping all the way to 24 years. It means that there's still a number of learners that remain in primary and secondary school levels, regardless of the fact that they are older by age to be remaining there. And out of that, then we wanted to know, why are they remaining there? One is that sometimes they have to leave school and sometimes they go back. But in most cases, when we ask, why are learners not at school? A lack of money was given as the highest reason. But I want us to look particularly at the girl child, Chairperson. The girl child says that it's family commitment. And let us look, when we compare them with their male counterparts, 14.4% of young learners are saying, or young people who are supposed to be at school, they are saying they are not at school because they have family responsibility, compared to 0.2% of the males. And what happens here is that whenever there is an uncle, an aunt who is sick, the girl child has to leave school to go and take care of them. And in some cases, because here we are talking of young people aged 7 to 18 years, and where they are much more older, they answer their questions. Where they are younger, there's always the head of the household who answers on their behalf. This family responsibility includes rearing children of their own. In one was the recorded number of births that we have released as a country. We have children in the country as young as 12 and 13 years who are having children of their own. And when they have children of their own, usually from poorer households, there's no one to assist them looking after the children. They have to stop schooling and go and look after their children. Now, let us look at how they view the importance of education, why they are not at school. Look at the girl child. The girl child drops to 3.9% in terms of education being useless. The boy child actually says louder, 11.8%. I'm not at school because education is useless. So what we are seeing here is that the girl child wants to go to school because their level of say that education is useless is lower than their male counterparts. They are just denied the opportunity to go to school because they have more responsibility in the family than being allowed to go to school. Having said so, Chairperson, and indeed honorable members, I would like us to go to the next slide, which, Chairperson, you have seen many times. This slide says Ndihela Kwala, meaning that I finish here. Kifetsa hanamo, and the Pelela Hanepo in Shivenda. And indeed, in isiXhosa, we say that ndiceda khona apha ngalomkhulu umbuliso, in isiZulu ngiyaceda khona manje. But this statement is much more louder, Chairperson. When I was young, growing up in the village, our mothers were illiterate. They used to write letters to our fathers who were even less literate, but a little bit literate than our mothers. So we used to write letters for our mothers. Our mothers could not finish a letter with sweet words to their husbands to say, I love you, my husband, or I miss you, my husband. They couldn't, because they couldn't say these words. Children were not supposed to hear these words, they would go deaf. Children were not supposed to write these words, they would go blind. That was the notion in the village. So mothers had and fathers had to find a standard way of completing their letters whenever they write between cities and the rural remote areas. They concluded their letter by a standard statement, meaning that I finish here. Now, never, Chairperson, honorable members, ministers, and distinguished delegates, never and never again, Washu Mandela, should we allow any section of the society to be excluded that they can't even express themselves, even in the most way that they would want to express how they feel, that they must rely on others, and reliance on others has to limit their ability to express themselves. And numbers will always illuminate those issues. And the role of us in official practice of statistics is to illuminate issues. We don't have taste buds, whether issues are going well or not going well. Our job is to always illuminate them without dabbling into the policy space. Chairperson, honorable members, and indeed ministers and distinguished delegates, let me mention that the next slide looks like it's blank. And if you allow me, Chairperson, I'll conclude here.
Thank you very much, SG. You make me dream of Nziela Kuala. So, but thank you very much. We were supposed now to take some questions and inputs. I will just really request the delegates, particularly those that are on the platform, to bear with us, so that we will now give over to the Deputy Speaker to take the other two inputs as or presentations, because we couldn't the South African culture and culture and creative industries representative, she couldn't get someone to stand in for her. So we are not going to have that presentation today, although it is something that is so important, particularly for women in the informal economy and particularly in the creative industries. So we are having an issue there, but will be giving over to the Deputy Speaker just to preside over the two remaining presentations, and then we will have a discussion at the end up until the closing of the event. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Chair, mustn't we give people a 5 minutes, 7 minutes or so comfort break? They don't have to log out, or have we had it already?
Presiding is in your hands now, so.
I'm very democratic, Deputy Chair. I recommend that we take a 5-7 minutes comfort break and come back. Don't log out, please. Just take a comfort break. You can switch off your camera or something and then rejoin in 5-7 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, Deputy Speaker.
Hello. Good.
Can you mute your microphone?
Welcome back. I see, Dumi, you are ready. Okay. Dumisani Janchis, Dr. Dumisani Janchis is from the Parliamentary Budget Office, and he will speak. Go ahead, Ndat.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I don't know if you can hear me. Just want to make sure that my voice is clear.
Yes, absolutely. It's clear.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I also recognize the Deputy Chairperson as well, and the honorary members, honorary ministers, honorary members, distinguished guests, and the colleagues as well. Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be part of this very important conversation. Can I just load? I think I'm supposed to load my presentation. If you allow, can I just load it? Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please, sorry, hang on. Please mute your. Recopa mute as a belief. Please mute your thing. Just make sure that you are muted, please. Any sounds that come here that are not planned for can be disruptive. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Dum.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. To honor members and the distinguished guests and colleagues, my name is Dumisani Janchis. Has been introduced by Deputy Speaker, Deputy Director, Parliamentary Budget Office. I'm really great honor to summit today. It's a very great honor. Thank you so much for inviting us. Just the one point, the Speaker, just want to highlight already at the beginning that taking into account the situation around the invitation, I think we'll see this contribution as the first bite, and we'll observe the discussion later in the year or at the beginning of the year and provide further input in this regard. I hope that is accepted to you.
We understand disclaimers. It's okay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Just in case it harms you, we'll organize a tape to have a bum effect. Yeah, go ahead, Dumi. It's okay.
Thank you so much, Chef. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I'm starting to move. Is it moving? I don't know why it's not moving. Okay, this is my presentation outline. I try to respond to some of the specific points, but I think my input will focus largely on the budget process, the oversight level, but also role that legislature plays, and also how can some of the measures be improved or some of the issues need to be considered. But I think also what we did, Deputy Speaker and honored members and colleagues, that we thought since that we are the legislature is in the process of processing the midterm budget reviews, which will also share with the members in this platform some of the inputs we gave in, which will fit in well with the discussion of our day. So some of the, and also some of the international comparatives in terms of where are we going in terms of getting the gender parities and so on. So I think that's in a sense our presentation outline. I think at the beginning, I think there's a bit of a noise. Okay. I think at the beginning, we want to emphasize the importance that the budget system is arguably the most, I think my internet is giving, I'm just going to switch off my camera because I got an instruction now. Okay, sorry about that. I was saying the budget system is arguably the most important component of the service delivery. In that is a fundamental part of the process by which the government tend the policies and processing programs which need to realize the improvements in our site, in our community in that regard. So it's a very important process. So the policies and plans, these policies and plans or objectives cannot be crystallize into deliverable government programs without available capacity to deliver them. In particular, human capacity, institutional capacity, but also infrastructure and capital in place to be able to deliver or to implement these plans. It's very important to realize that. In particular, also looking at the economic success depends largely on these mechanisms that are in place, having infrastructure in place, enough capacity in government, in the economy as a whole, to try to implement some of these mechanisms, and also take into account the fact that there are limited resources, which requires much of maximization of the use of these resources, effective management. So I think that's a very important context I want to set out at the beginning in this discussion, Deputy Speaker and honour members. Of course, it's important to set out the context from which we see the role of the legislature. I mean, I use the word legislature in the colloquial term, but of course, I'm referring to National Assembly and the spheres as well, other spheres as well. So I'm just going to use that word. Realize that within all these stages of the budget process itself, it's important that the legislator plays the role of oversight and always try to understand what are some of the improvements in the community, in society, or some of the changes that the budget has actually effected over time. It's very important to also set out a clear tone where some of these strategic objectives come from, various policy processes, mechanisms, national development plan. We set out clear priorities which informs which comes the mainstay for the budget allocations in terms of which priorities to be taken into account, and later, once that's understood, it puts out in place. And very important to ensure the alignment between the budget programs themselves with some of these priorities. I think we've done a lot of work over the years in this regard to ensure that there needs to be clear alignment between the policy priorities, the budget allocations in the process. And the process doesn't end there when the implementation phases where monitoring evaluation takes place. Very important aspects where also the legislatures plays a role by oversight, going to projects, visiting different service delivery reports where they realize how far has the changes or improvements taken place in the societies, in the communities, also in the economy as a whole. Later, looking at the look back, so this is what has been achieved and why haven't we achieved certain things? How is that affecting the society, in particular vulnerable part of our society? It's very important to have this context. All spheres of government is similar in that regard. Therefore, an overview of the role of the legislature here is to ensure that these government policies and plans associated with budget process are clearly aligned with some of the mainstay of our service delivery institution and various mechanisms that are in place to ensure that services or changes takes place, improvements takes place in our communities. Further look at compliance with the required prescripts in the process, and also ensure that there are clear mechanisms where government is held accountable in cases where there hasn't been service delivery improvement as it has been committed over the time. It's very important to emphasize these mechanisms. And also the assess whether government's budget transforms society. I mean, Deputy Speaker, the point, our passion in this area is to try to emphasize the importance of realizing that the role of oversight, of the legislative oversight, is largely to be looking at what are some of the changes that has taken place with time in society as a result of the budget being spent and so on. So it's very important to emphasize that, because the issues of poverty, inequality, unemployment, the budget, it's ought to be addressing those mechanisms. And then it's important to get information from government entities which respond to the question, how has this spending actually, because further realizing some of these low poverty and inequalities in society, and also protect the various society, within the process of the budget process, and also prevent some of the abuse in the process. Very important to also try to pick up those frameworks in the process. Very important also, last year I looked at the Open Budget Index, GEO does it annually, which shows that actually the South African budget process has been seen as one of the highly regarded in terms of budget transparency, ensuring that there is public participation in the process, which ensure that public in the budget process, it raises some of the concerns. It's part of parcel of the process of oversight in this regard. Ooh, I don't know why I keep losing. Okay. All right. Quickly zooming into the technical budget process or planning process, it also show that each and every stage of the budget process, the legislature has a role to play in different forms, without necessarily, playing the role that's played by executive. But I think it needs to be clear that distinctive role in all the stages of budget process. I think that's slide trying to emphasize the process in particular, stages where you also can see that what stage the legislature can play a role as well. It's also important that the parliament has powers also to advise or reject some of the proposals by government. So look, we think there's more need in this area of service delivery. We need to have more measures being put in place. So it's very important that can take place during the process. Also following some of the implementation in part of the process. So it's also still trying to set up the context in which the oversight can take place to ensure that the budget makes us realize some of the equity measures that I've been talking about over the time. I must say it's been a very interesting morning. I've very much gained a lot of insight into some of these issues. Speaker. I don't know if it's mine. I don't know. Where is it? Okay. Yes. And of course, as I was emphasizing the importance of various documents, various instruments that are submitted by government, as far as proposing how government intends realizing some of the policy priorities set out in various policy instruments. And it's through that process where the legislatures assess those documents against what has been agreed upon in the medium-term framework and national development plan. The nation doesn't so much variety of some of these policy mechanisms, which these frameworks of budget frameworks to be assessed against that. So look, you are saying contribute. How much does this cover some of the measures that are in the medium-term strategic framework or the other policy? It's very important to put that. And also, of course, solicited various inputs from various stakeholders and take those into account in oversight process in that regard. I think what we're trying to emphasize in the speaker said, some of the mechanisms that can take in place that we continue to advise, provide analysis on. It's the legislature looking at some of the assumptions around macroeconomic estimations and try to assess how those assumptions are arrived at, how likely are they able to lead to better outcomes in economic growth, and whereby affecting the government's plans and so on. So it's very important to try to look at those assumptions, which often emphasize over time. And we have a lot of discussion about what are some of the assumptions in both and how do we go about realizing those mechanisms, how much of those we have control of as government, how much which areas can we focus on. I think also emphasize that as a measure of as part of oversight, because if you don't realize those microeconomic objectives, automatically it affects the public finance. Your budget becomes lower, you're unable to fund and other priorities in this regard. But also provides clear rules in terms of how you go about oversight process or go about assessing these plans over the medium term. I think the speaker, the few slides what we're trying to do there, I was trying to set out some of the frameworks which we have also used over time and the standing role of the legislature in the budget process in emphasizing the importance of the budget process in the legislature is largely about the improvement of the society or realization of the political outcomes set out in various policy. Then comes our role as a parliamentary budget office. I thought it was very useful also highlight and emphasize some of the role that we play. I think many of the stakeholders might have not engaged with us before, but I thought just emphasize the role that we do in supporting the legislature in the process of oversight over the realization of the government priorities set out in initial development and various policy instruments thereof. It's important to mention that the budget process in the legislature and parliament is guided by an act of parliament. There's an act of parliament that was passed in 2009, which guides the budget process in parliament, which is the Money Bills Related Matters Act, and that specifies clearly what is the process oversight of the public, or the money bills or public finances by the legislature. Importantly, to note that the different kinds of legislatures around the world with different role and functions, but I think we in South Africa, our legislature has a particular role it can play in terms of the constitution. In particular, it relates to the fact that the parliament has the powers to amend the budget or money bills as presented by the executive thereof, to realize that, look, we get the public saying these are the areas that need more development. We suggest that this money be put out, or we say this money should be put there. So that does actually powers the parliament, but has been enshrined within the constitution compared to other countries where some parliaments can propose alternative budgets, but South African parliament can just mainly propose amendments or make amendments to the budget. Of course, it's through the finance and appropriations committees of both houses doing a lot of work in the process, but end up being with both houses take responsibility of the process thereof. And this same act that guides the parliament in amending, in processing the budget processes, established parliamentary budget office as technical mechanisms that within the institution that will support the legislature's role, providing independent analysis and research-based analysis, supporting the role of the legislature in considering some of the mechanisms. And of course, the Act set out some of our specific mandates in terms of how we do what we do, and also how we are managed and governed as an office. I thought we should just flag that out. So, that's very important also. What we've been doing over the years in our role is support the legislature in oversight. We have looked at some of the fiscal policies to provide some of the mechanisms from which it could be analyzed or it could be looked at by the legislature, in particular trying to align that with the realization of the government's priorities in that regard, but also emphasizing some of the risks that are attached to the stance, with that being one of the major risks. We discussed it quite a lot, but also provide analysis on spending patterns, on factors, different cluster, different functions and spheres, but also trying to show the movement. It changes when the policy changes, when the policy shifts into the area, try to provide sense of funding. So look, the funding has indeed moved in that direction, shows that actually there has been a shift in this funding. We have provided some analysis over time in that regard, but also provide some trends on revenue over time, which you have seen a lot of decline. I think one of the colleagues has mentioned that there's been quite a huge decline on revenue over the years. That's also one of the problems that we are sitting where we are, with an inability to meet some of the priorities in that regard. And what we have also been doing, to speak on members, is also looking at the alignment of some of these policy priority statements. How these statements are clearly, obviously aligned with budget allocations. And we've done a lot of work on the NDP to analyze alignment with budget programs and show which areas have not been aligned and which areas have been met over the years. And also showing the shift in functions and whether some of these policies have been implemented by government entities over the years. We also look at economic performance. The budget, of course, is dependent on the economy to generate the results. And it's very important. So, the fact that the economy is not growing, it means because now we rely heavily, I think 80% of government revenue, it's tax revenue. So if the economy is not growing, it means tax revenue will not grow as well. So it's important to provide that analysis over the economic performance and provide some of the mechanisms that shows how likely we are able to realize our economic growth targets over the years. We've been able to show, using the previous patterns of economic performance, how much risks are there in realizing some of the improvements. It's very interesting. It's very important for the public expenditure in that regard, and also provided the trends on realizing the tax revenue trends over time. We do at times pick up on some of the key risk issues that are, becomes important during the budget process, during budget debate discussions. We've seen lately the credit ratings, the wage bill, the whole infrastructure spending. We've done some analysis around those areas, provided legislature parliament with some of the inputs in that regard. Now, that's what we do in supporting the legislature, parliament in oversight over the implementation of the key priorities in this regard, which also talks to the recovery plan as one of the three priority policy priorities that are set out, which we'll see not just now, touch on it as well as one of the analysis we've done for Parliament. And now, as I said at the beginning, the speaker, I indicated since we are going through the motion of processing the midterm budget bill, we would want to share with the honourable members and distinguished guests some of the inputs that we gave in last month during the discussion in committees, finance committees, and approach committees. I think the key thing starts with the context that South Africa has over the years used fiscal policy to improve on service delivery in our society, including increasing basic service provision over the years, and that has, we've seen with the Statistical General's presentation that a lot has been done over the years. But I think there has been a lot of pressure due to unemployment, which has led to unemployment, lack of growth, high unemployment, but due to more pressure over the time. In particular, women-headed households in rural areas experience disparities in access and services as a result of the pressure that put in place. Now, again, when we talk about the economy there, already, as a colleague has said earlier, that already before COVID-19 hit us, our economy was going very slow than what was expected over a long period of time. I think the situation has actually worsened. This case was already there, and I think I don't want to spend too much time. And there are so much hopes and reliance on the recovery plan. It's very important, actually, that you will turn around the situation to address some of the economic challenges, both social and economic infrastructure spending being one of the key expected drivers, but also take into account that infrastructure spending has a huge multiplier in the economy than other spending in that regard. So that's some of the context that we put out. Yes. In our to the finance and appropriations committees, we emphasize the issue around protection and but of course, we're facing huge uncertainty about implications for global economy when we will actually begin in that global economic recovery when we will begin. But of course, we've seen in this month, there in some progress made in the vaccines, which has provided of quite recovery in the future. The situation of global, this is a broad global consensus. The issue of new wave, second wave, and uncertainties has provided consensus that public expectations in the form of
Are you fighting back? You seem to have disappeared there. What happened? Dr. Janchis? Looks like we've got a technical problem there. Let's give him a moment to see if he recovers and reconnects.
He's just reconnected, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, let him go ahead. Yeah, all right.
Hello, Deputy Speaker. I think somehow I got off. I do apologize.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I got cut off.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ned.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I do apologize about that. I was just emphasizing that however, besides the areas we've raised, the government's fiscal objectives, fiscal stance during the midterm was to focus on rapidly reducing debt over the medium term. But I think what we have raised some of the questions to say that the pandemic is not over yet, and the crisis could depend at the time we're having seen some new spots also really coming up. But I think the question we're saying, will the spending cuts in the critical development areas reverse some of the socio-economic gains, and will these cuts affect the country's ability to respond to future healthcare and environmental crises in this regard? And the point we're saying is that during the time of crisis, uncertainties are high, aggregate demand, the economy is weak. We've seen low households income unable to demand, and households contributes quite significantly in the economy. And the private sector is generally unable to drive recovery and prefers to keep its assets liquid rather than sink it in fixed investment. Expenditure cuts means government is reducing the state's role in the economy at a time when it's critical to states to participate in the economy. The current state of the SA health, the South African healthcare system, teaches us that actually the plans leverage on public sector investments in critical areas, in critical areas of infrastructure provisions, where social rather than profit motives should be drive economic good, increase hardship and inequalities. Basically, important for government to contribute in that, particularly in social infrastructure investment. Expenditure cuts will still hurt economic growth, constraining recovery, and that poor women and female-head households particularly will be hurt in the process. Lack of relief for poor, as unemployment explosion in the pandemic deepens poverty and inequalities, will leave a large proportion of South African population impoverished in that. I think what this slide shows, Deputy Speaker, is it just shows what we've been saying, that certainly economy has been hardly hit. When you look at the comparison of various economic components, the components of the economy, household consumption, government consumption, gross fiscal capital formations, over the past 10 years or so, we've seen that it's got hugely, first quarter and second quarter shows a huge decline in the economy. And of course, it could also mean lockdowns, but also we've seen high unemployment growing, and also vulnerability in society. Further, in this slide shows that actually the aggregate demand will be under pressure as household consumption, which accounts for 60% of the economy, declines due to loss of income and increased household debts to disposable income levels. You see that actually this graph shows that household will be under pressure, so we need a bit of support from the fiscals to stabilize the consumption in the economy. This graph, Deputy Speaker, just tried to show over the past 5 years the reasons for decline over total investments. It was largely due to the decline in public corporation investment in the economy. we realize that for the past 5 years, the total decline has been 31 billion of investment, and of that, actually, the private business investments has grown by 1 billion, as opposed to public corporation investment having declined by 32 billion over the past 5 years. So it's very important for public corporations to continue to invest in the infrastructure in that regard, as I mentioned earlier on, to the multiplier effects of the infrastructure spending. Also look at policy frameworks, the plans that are the mainstay, or that support that determines the budget allocations. So we quickly look at we compared the MTSF allocation, MTSF 2019-2024 MTSF priorities, the 7 priorities set out there for government to realize over the next 5 years, and the recovery plan is actually focused largely on economic transformation, and which is a very important development, which shows that how much the importance of economic transformation and job creation has been given so much priority in the recovery plan. And then we see also the gender equity being also part of the government, which to the point that we emphasize in that it's very important to then, when we oversight over the next 5 years, or oversight over the recovery plan, it's important to make sure that these mechanisms are realized by government over the time. We also try to compare the supplemental budget priorities set out, which are mainly about trying in June, which are largely about trying to deal with the COVID-19 related concerns, and we realize that over the medium term, get back to the main priorities of government, which is largely about social spending and addressing some of the concerns in society and supporting economic development. This I try to compare the two in that regard. The key point which needs to be realized in the process of oversight, it's the issue of efficiency and composite of spending. I mean, the big issue, I think, was discussed during the meeting, because we have seen that the public spending levels are not match high levels of quality and efficiency in service. So it's very important to realize that government itself has acknowledged that the proper implementation programs, budgets needs to be put in place to ensure that we ensure efficiency and quality of spending in that regard. And some of the outcome in government reviews on spending shows that there are many policies are designed and adopted without taking into account the implication of costs of implementing those policies. And of course, there's also overlapping of responsibility mandate, which also requires the issue of how do you make sure there isn't such overlap. And of course, in several high spending procurement areas, it appears that government is overpaying some of these given service delivery requests, and the spend reviews will be used to try to ensure that realization of the medium-term expenditure framework over time. But also some of the analysis shows that the policies such as NHI, which is very important, and district model is dependent on largely some of the outcomes in the reviews in the interventions that take place in that regard. Therefore, as we mentioned earlier, the midterm expenditure framework was largely about stabilizing the debt to GDP ratio, which compensation of public sector wage bill has been used, will be used as a main driver, reduction in that as a driver to try to realize the debt to GDP ratio. To ensure sustainability in service delivery, high level post discussion are therefore required to ensure that number of what level of departments, entities need to be in place to ensure the service delivery is not affected by some of these reviews. Management of functions assigned to 3 spheres of government. How there has been debate over the recent years that the local government feels that there hasn't been, and has shown that there has been unfunded mandates, and how do you go about to ensure as most of that the local government is the sphere of government at the face of service delivery. How do we make sure that service delivery continue even under this constrained environment? And also the issue of how to go about containing public sector wage bill, and what does that even mean, and what are the implications for finance, including the tax revenues, as we've shown earlier on, that there are implications in that regard. I'm just going to try to move quickly. And now, Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, what we thought also useful is try to update some of the global issues, some of the global gender gap parities, or some of index to say where are we, what are some of the issues. I had actually anticipated the Statistical General will also touch on South African issues there, and I was quite happy that now I'll just focus on some of the global issues there. And there's a report introduced by World Economic Forum, try to touch on those. I thought to just share with the summit, which will also bring more discussion into place and see how we shape policy domestically, regionally, and also globally to try to realize some of these gender disparities in economies. Some of the key findings that come out from there is that globally on average, distance completed on gender parity has been sitting at 68.6% in the current year, which we look at the previous year, it's an improvement of quite a minor percentage. In basically what we're saying is that there's 31.4% parity in gender, taking into account those frameworks. Take into account those frameworks: economic participation and opportunity, education attainment, health and survival, and political attainment, which political empowerment being one of the major framework with higher disparity in gender, with sitting at 24.7%. And second largest being the economic participation. That's obviously at the global level, on average. Gender, economic participation and opportunity is sitting at 58%, and the other two having been improved quite a lot, sitting at 96 and 95% respectively. Another point I want to highlight, 36% of senior private sectors, managers, and public sector officials are women, only 6%. And I don't know what does population say, how much of the global population is women and men. On average, only 55% of adult women are in labor market versus 78% of men, while over 50% of wage gap remains in place. And therefore, over 50% of income gap still needs to be bridged in the process. While women are significantly disadvantaged in accessing credits, land, financial products, which prevents opportunities for them to start companies, make a living by managing some of these assets. The gender parity in education has, of course, improved, but I think there is a concerted worry about developing countries moving quite a slow pace to close the gap in gender parities in education, as we see that in 2020, about 10% of girls aged 14 to 24 years in the world are illiterate, with high concentration in developing countries. Of course, there is a concern about general education attainment for both boys and girls in developing countries, which again, for policy making, it's very important oversight as well to ensure that there's a great investment in human capital in general, particularly in developing countries, which South Africa is one of them. Women's skills are not always in line with those required to succeed in future professions. In particular, like look at ICT and so on, they always have different skills, which makes it difficult to catch up in closing these disparities. There also a huge underrepresentation of women in some of those major high employment growing sectors. Those six, the huge underrepresentation, again because of the skills, but also because of the way the structure of those areas are represented or are structured. Using the current trends, now we can, the report just go to a point of trying to extrapolate that if you using the current trends as they are, to close the gap, gender gap will take close 99 years or so, or close 100 years, due to lack of the economic participation, due to participation and opportunities, political empowerment, and issues around education empowerment. The G20 Women Area Group has also shown that gender gap contributes to low economic output, and that addressing obstacle to women participation will facilitate a better outcome in economy and resilience in economy. And further noted that the COVID-19 led to more digitalization of economic activities and therefore leading further to gender equity due to disparities in access to some of these e-commerce and ICT skills. Last slide, which just shows the gap per regions. We realize there's also regional inequality in terms of gender parity in all those 4 components, with Middle East and North America being low in parity and Western Europe being higher at just below 80%. And Sub-Saharan Africa just mid of the average of the parity. There's still a lot of work to be done. Therefore, at the current pace in Sub-Saharan Africa, it will take 95% if we don't have drastic policy interventions to try to address the gender disparities in economic participation, in political empowerment, and in education attainment in that regard. Good story to mention, Rwanda in the report is ranked as one of number 1 in the continent, or 9th in the whole world, as a country with gender equity. You know, it's one of the important points that I mentioned. You can learn something too, or other countries can learn something too there. Therefore, for policymakers and oversight processes, legislatures further adopts policies or oversight and practices that accelerate the process of closing this gap. It's very important. The last point, last slide, Deputy Speaker, is about the question on the legislature oversight process in the process. I think the point, you know, trying to summarize all these slides, is that the legislature oversight, it's important that it focus on outcomes. I mean, you know, what has been over the years, we've seen that there has been a lot of emphasis on financial probity, compliance, which is very important, you know, in the process. But I think there's a quite need for the legislature to try to focus a lot on what are the changes that the budget gives in the society. If we have priorities that we set out in different policy instruments, which talks to how changes we want, what level of equity we want to have in gender. When the government present the reports, they should present the report in a way that it responds to that question: how far have we gone? So that's why we're emphasizing there that it's important for the legislature to focus on the outcomes as opposed to financial probity over the years, to try to realize some of the changes. Because over the years, we have legislature focused a lot on financial probity and compliance in the process. Of course, in all spheres of government, to take into account the gender based oriented approaches. We have contributed some of the discussion in Parliament around gender responsive budget process in Parliament. It's a very useful process. Try to also measure, assess how is budget respond to some of the gender related matters. And of course, we emphasize the importance of elevating the oversight to what improvements has taken place in society, as opposed to focus a lot on financial probity and compliance in that regard. Legislative oversight to ensure better alignment of the policy priorities to budget proposals and better coordination between spheres and sectors in trying to reduce some of, also try to reduce some of the layers of policy priorities, ensure they're very specific and clear, easy to implement in the process. Sometimes some of the entities, in particular local government, is caught up in so much of to coordinate some of the processes coming from the national and end up not having clear enough space to implement its own priorities given the regional or local level of ballot allocation, to also be informed a common costing understanding of basic services across the spheres in that regard. And our role will continue to better with research organizations in and outside Parliament to ensure that we take into account the gender equity as part of our analysis, and also take into account some of the achievements in the MTSF, but also provide capacity to members during the stakeholder engagements and collaborate with legislatures and other sectors in strengthening fiscal oversight in realizing the recovery plan. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker and honorable members. I think we will stop here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a pretty extensive presentation. We agree with you in your last slides as part of your summarizing that we need urgent reorientation and institutionalizing gender responsive budgeting. I also want to say that we do not have 95 years. And so we must double down on what things we should focus on to speed up. And one of them, as part of the pulling together what has happened in this today and other days when we have identified critical issues, must reach National Treasury this year before they close up, so that as they begin to put things together, they are mindful of the urgent issues we have raised in in what will be discussions that arises from what we are saying here. Thank you very much. I will now invite the Deputy. Yes, I will now invite the Deputy Minister, Usis Nomalungelo Gina, to speak to us. Yeah. And then after that, there'll be, we will indicate where we take things forward after that, Kuluma Sisi, I haven't seen you for ages. You're hiding up there in Pretoria and wherever else you are. Thank you very much. We expect you to talk to us.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let me greet the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, greet the fellow presenters that we are having in this summit, members of Parliament, everyone who is here in this platform. Good afternoon. Deputy Speaker, allow me to close my video because the connectivity is not that strong where I am. And I believe Usbulelo is, thank you very much for that. Can I just close? Can I be allowed to close the video?
It's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay.
Thank
yeah.
You.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm here just to present what we are busy with as DTIC. I know very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it won't be everything that you are doing as the department, but talking to the topic that you gave us is to say, what is it that as the department we are doing in accelerating women's participation in South Africa economic reconstruction and recovery plan, maximizing the growth potential in the provinces, districts, and localities. That is what I'm going to look at today. Bulelo, can you go to the next slide, please? Yes, those are the focus areas that I'm going to be looking at, where we are saying as DTIC, what are the key pillars of this economic reconstruction and recovery plan that we are looking at, identifying the provincial and district level nodal points for rapid industrialization, master plan sectors with growth potential and strategic intervention to re-engineer the economy. And as we continue, we'll be featuring in then as to what are we doing to accelerate the women participation in the whole question of the economic growth. Here, Deputy Speaker, these are the pillars of the recovery plan, and we want to highlight the areas where as DTIC we are leading and where we are making sure that we do support even other sectors, even other departments in our work. When you look at the priority interventions for the economic recovery, as the government has presented, those are the priority interventions, looking at the infrastructure, investment, tourism, recovery and growth, energy, the green economy, the presidential economic stimulus. But looking at where there is a red that has cited it, is where as DTIC, we are taking a lead, like the strategic localization, industrialization, and export promotion. That is where we're taking a lead together with gender equity and economic inclusion. Yes, we are not alone there, but we are working with other departments. But there is a lot of of work that we are doing, even when it comes to that. And looking at the enablers, where most of the departments, we must play a role in making sure that when we look at those enablers, even as DTIC, we are attention when it comes to that skills development. It's one thing that we focus on. Economic diplomacy and African integration. That is why even when we look at the issues of the African continental free trade area, as DTIC, we are playing a very leading role when it comes to that, making sure that we open up when we talk of exports, what is it, intra-African relations, and how can we share our skills and make sure that we grow the economy of South Africa within the continent before we even move out of that. So with all those enablers, the key enablers that I mentioned there, we are playing a very vital role as DTIC when it comes to that. Can we move to the next slide, please? Let me focus now to what are the areas that as DTIC we are focusing on. As I go to point number 1, I want to agree with Dr. Maleko when she said, we shouldn't, when we talk of the challenges that we are faced with, try to paint a picture as if they were brought by the existence of COVID-19. We fully agree with that. Hence, we are saying through this period, pandemic, COVID-19, there's so many things that have been revealed to us, not that they were not there, but they were revealed in such a way that as DTIC, we needed to sit back and say how best can we respond to the challenges and that were revealed during this period. We know very well that when we look back and try to plan for post-COVID-19, we needed to reflect as to say, what are the gaps that are there, and more especially that we have seen recently through the eruption of COVID-19. We agreed as DTIC that COVID-19 revealed that South Africa is very vulnerable to important pharmaceutical, ventilators, machinery, PEs, and medical devices. I believe we all felt that gap within our country. The pandemic highlighted the need to deepen South Africa's productive base so as to create local jobs, investment, and value addition, and to ensure that South African citizens have the access to critical equipment and medication, especially as South Africa has the capacity to produce sophisticated medical and pharmaceuticals. It's one area, Deputy Speaker, that we are looking at. It's one area where, as I continue going to the funding, the schemes that we have, that we said as DTIC, we need to invest a lot so that we are sure that when it comes to localization, when it comes to the point as to say South Africa can stand on its own, we do find those who want to come in that sector and make sure that we don't become this vulnerable in future as we have just witnessed during this period. The program to drive industrialization through localization will seek to achieve the following strategic objectives. It will reduce the proportion of important, immediate, and finished goods, improve the efficiency of local producers, and develop export competitive sectors that can expand the sale of South African-made products on the continent and beyond. I will talk to this briefly when I come to the point of the free trade area of the African continent that we are heading to. Next slide, please. Okay. These objectives will be achieved through a combination of localization, exports, especially to other African countries, and active investment promotion. We have had several meetings with private sector, with unions at the level of NEDLEC, on one-to-one with various unions. And there's so many conclusions that we have reached in making sure that we promote localization in South Africa so that we see more job opportunities, we see more people being active in the economic growth, and we open up the economy for more people in our country. So when we had even the meetings with the public sector, most of them, they have committed to localization across the important value chains, from agro-processing to basic consumer goods. Infrastructure projects will make use of components and products that are locally manufactured. The list of designated goods will be expanded to ensure that government purchases more from local producers. Hence, when you go back, Deputy Speaker, to the priority interventions for economic recovery, and one that is on the top is the issue of infrastructure investment. That is an agreement that we are taking as government, as to say, when we embark on that infrastructure, on those infrastructural projects, the products that are being used, they must be locally manufactured. Let us not see cement being imported from other countries, things that can be done within the country. And so that we make sure that whatever government is doing, let us make sure that they purchase locally for our local producers to be active in the economy. So that's one agreement that we have had. The transparency of government procurement transaction will be strengthened through the development of an improved open reporting mechanism across all levels of government. This needs to also track procurement from women, youth, and people with disability. Again, on this point, calling upon all other departments and everyone, even when we are not in government, it's one thing that we need to monitor and follow up very closely. Recently, we even had our president pronouncing that there will be set-asides for women, 40% set-asides when it comes to procurement. It's one thing when we are saying, as we plan moving forward, it's one thing that we need to pay more attention to. And also, having seen even the contributions that the public had on the procurement bill, it's one thing that has been highly emphasized. And as DTIC, we are saying in whatever engagements and projects that we're having, it's one thing that we are going to put up there is to say, let us make sure that procurement, we do have those set asides for women, youth, and people with disability, for them to be part of and active in the economic growth of our country. Also, we're talking on the transparency of private sector procurement will be strengthened by requiring all companies and state entities to disclose their current level of localization and their support and their supplier development plans. Next slide, please. Bulelo? Okay. Here I'm citing the products. All these products that are here are the products that have been identified and agreed at the level of NEDLEC that they should be targeted to make sure that they are resourced, they are sourced, they are procured locally. At the level of NEDLEC, yes, we have got all these products identified, some of them by the end of October, of which it happened. Even now, we're still working on making sure that we add to these products so that it can go out publicly. People must know what is happening and what are those products that have been identified to make sure that in a way we close them down to be sourced within the country when we want to promote localization. Products on agro-processing, the value chain, including poultry, sugar, oils, grains, juice concentrate, and all those that are there, healthcare value chains, again, they were hardly and very much debated at the level of NEDLEC, and those are the agreements that we have come to agree upon. Basic consumer clothes, we know very much well that when it comes to that sector, it has been very and widely killed by the imports coming from countries like China, where we have even witnessed the issues of under invoicing, where we get very cheap clothing coming in the country and killing the whole sector as such. But with through the negotiations that are there, negotiating even with the ports, why are they porous like that? What are we doing even to make sure that when it comes to under invoicing and so forth, we are trying by all means to safeguard and protect the sector so that we see most of the products being sourced within the country. Capital goods, construction-driven value chains, transport, rolling stock. So those are the products at the level of NEDLEC that we have sat down with them, that is business, labor unions, we have sat down and said, if we can make sure that such things happen within the country, we are going to be protecting a lot of jobs and opening up a lot of opportunities for others to be able to play a role in the economic growth of our country. Next slide, please. Looking at a slide, I just added it to say, when we talk of localization, when you look at those products and those products that I've made them red, those are the products that are mostly important in great quantities to our country. For an example, I talked to the issues of clothing, footwear, worth about 40 billion that is important. Imported iron and steel, 60 billion, pharmaceutical products, 36 billion, vegetable oil, and all those that are red. What we are saying then is that if we can make sure that we can make a shift from what is imported there and make sure that they are sourced locally, there's a lot that we can make, at least just 1 percentage point on our annual GDP. Then that will help in giving employment and can boost the economy. So what is the progress that we have made thus far? There are a lot of negotiations that we have made as DTIC. Right now, Ufoshin is one of the biggest chain stores where they are selling goods, and they have been importing a lot of these goods to South Africa. But now we have the progress that we have had because we have tried a deal with them, and they have announced the program to localize men and women's seasonal fashion items worth 500 jobs to be created this year. That is that we are in. The ventilators, 14,000 local ventilators built up to date, 20,000 expected by the month end of November, so that we see that we don't import such things that can be manufactured within South Africa. We have an agreement again with the trade unions to purchase all their clothing, their stationery supplier, office suppliers, food and vehicles from the local owners, manufacturers. So we feel that this is a progress really of saying, if we were talking localization, if we have managed to strike such agreements with all these parties, and we are still engaging a lot of sectors, a lot of role players in the economy, we are happy and think we are in the right track. There is sort of a shift in the needle that we are going to making in the GDP of our country by so. And next slide, Bulelo. Excuse me. Developing a local product base is linked in deepening mutual beneficial linkages with SADC and the continent through cross-border trade that support industrialization and infrastructure development. South Africa will support the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area from next year to enable the expansion of South African export and investment on the continent. Government will review trade agreements and pursue strategic partnership to secure new markets for South African products. We are happy again to announce a Deputy Speaker as to say, when it comes to the issues of the African Continental Free Trade Area, yesterday we had an AMOT meeting where there was an agreement that was sealed as to say, with all those who are part of the African Continental Free Trade Area. As from January 2021, we have those goods that are set aside where we are saying in the continent, these are the goods that are going to be sourced within the continent, not outside the continent. And South Africa, we are going to be publicizing even those goods so that even those who are working towards or working within those sectors must know the opportunities that are there. By so doing, we are opening up the economic growth of our country and opening up to more new role players that needs to take part on. So it's one thing again that it's of excitement, and it shows that as South Africa, we are really on a good track when it comes to opening up the economy and making sure that we protect what we can produce as the continent, and more especially as South Africa, because I can promise you there's greater opportunity for South Africa to be the hub of most of the things when it comes to the African continental free trade area. So many things that are coming from South Africa that are going to be exposing our people more to the economic growth of our country. When you go to the next slide, again, I'm not going to get into so much on that one, but those are the nodal point for rapid industrialization. And that is where we see a lot of involvement at the level of provinces and local municipalities. When you look at that picture, that is a picture that shows clearly how we invest on rapid industrialization when it comes to the provincial level. We know the issues of special economic zone, where these are the zones where even those who are operating within those zones, the low tariffs that they're getting, those are the zones that by all means we're trying to attract the investors. Once those investors are attracted, more job opportunities are opening up to those areas that these SCZs are located. So those are the SCZs that we have in the country. We can see there are those that are still proposed, and the green ones are those that are already designated. And I'm proud to say from those that are already designated, I will just make an example maybe by 3 of them. In Gauteng, we have got a Tshwane SCZ, of which is operating very well. Kucha, the one in the Eastern Cape, is operating very well. Dube Trade Port in Durban is operating very well. And what I can assure you, DTIC through Cabinet, it's one agreement that has been made as to say, we need to make sure that even the management of these SCZ, there must be that cost-sharing at the level of national, province, and local governments for it to be well managed. And we've seen that working well. But what we are fighting for at the present moment, in almost all the provinces, except 2, we do have at least 1 SCZ. Right now, we're in the process to make sure that there is one in the Northern Cape that has been proposed with a very good investment in the pipeline with Vendetta, the mining, as an anchor investor, where we look at them mining and going through the value chain of zinc, the sulfuric acid, and so forth, because that is what we are looking for, is the value add on whatever we get from South Africa. So we are hoping that very soon in Northern Cape, their SCZ is going to be operational. Same thing with Northwest. The preparations are in place, and there are so many of them. At least we'll build balances to say in each and every province, we do have an SCZ. And again, other than the SCZ, there is a huge program that we have on industrial parks. We all understand the role that has been played by the industrial parks, even coming from the apartheid government that we are coming from. We are now revitalizing those industrial parks. What is good about the industrial parks is that they are closer to the local, to the townships, to the locals where people reside. So for us to invest more on the industrial park, we are taking the jobs closer to the people, and it's easier for them to access the industrial park. Hence, in each and every industrial park that we are going to be having in the country, we even know the issue and the need of digital economy, digital knowledge. That is why in each and every industrial park, we are making sure that we are opening up a digital hub that will help the youth, help the women in those areas, those who are not exposed, to get to know how to use these digital technologies in making sure that they open up, they know even how to advertise their products that they're having, even if they're not working within the industrial park, but to cater for all those areas around, just to take care of those who are disadvantaged. That's one program that we're embarking on, and we're busy launching those digital hubs, and they're contributing a lot. And I know we're doing that together with the Department of Small Business, and there are so many of them that they're also launching. So we believe that once all these, everyone is exposed to sort of a digital economy, to make them easier, it will make it easier for them to access the opportunities that are there in the country. Another thing that we're engaged on when it comes to the recovery plan, we're busy with, Spulelo, you can move on. We are busy with the master plans for various sectors. As DTIC, we are done. We've just signed the master plan on sugar 2 weeks ago together with the Department of Agriculture. Poultry master plan is there. Automotive, clothing, leather, and textile. And why are we so much engaged in the issues of master plans? That is where we get to have all the role players within that sector, might be the bigger players in making sure that we plan for the sector, but drawing up even those who want to start up in those sectors. Like, let me make an example on poultry industry. Yes, we know we'll sit with all those who are big in the sector, but when we conclude our master plan, when we discuss those master plan, what is important is, big as you are, how are we making sure that you are opening up the sector? How are we making sure that those who want to enter in the sector and play a role, how are we picking them up? How are we guiding them for them to be comfortable and work on that? So for us, mostly with the master plans, is the bigger picture as to say, yes, the sector is there. There are sectors that have been known to be close to certain races, to certain level of business people, but we are opening up now to say, even looking at the downstream, how are we making sure that everyone look at the auto industry? We can't talk of BMWs and so forth, but we also have those who are playing a very small role, but very significant in the whole sector. How are we making sure that whatever they produce for these big companies, they produce for our VW, about Toyota. So our master plans are crafted in such a way that they open up more opportunities in various sectors that we are having. So those are the 4 that are being led by EDTIC, but on the screen, even other sister departments, because we do get in, but those are led by our sister departments, as we know that when we look at all those master plans as they are portrayed there on that in that slide, we are going to make a great change in the economy of our country. And there is so much looking at tourism. Really, you find so many, even in the rural areas now, they want to be assisted. As I go on, you will see even what is the role that is played by DTIC in making sure that we take part in making sure that Labo Mama that are trading there, Labo Mama that wants to start their BNBs, what are we doing? The issues of digital economy, yes, we might not be coming up with that master plan as DTIC, but we are inputting to make sure that we open up oceans economy and all those that are appearing there. We can continue, Sibulelo. Another thing that we, as DTIC, when it comes now to the issue of women, issue of Black people taking part in the economy, that I know we do have challenges here and there, but we are taking very good strides, and we are proud as to say we are making a breakthrough when it comes to it. Is the whole question of broad-based Black economic empowerment. Yes, we are faced with so much challenges. Yes, instead of seeing much progress in all the areas that when we talk of Black triple BE, there are areas that are worrying, where we see ourselves as a country regressing, especially when it comes to the private sector. Can you go to the next slide, Sibulelo? When we talk to that, Triple BE wants to make sure that we increase the number of Black people who own, who manage, who control enterprises and productive assets. When it comes to the issue of women, we want to make sure through Triple BE that we have got women who sit in those boardrooms, take decisions, not to have women who are just tokens there, just to window dress that we have women. When it comes to the issue of ownership, again, because that is also one arm of our Triple BE, we want to make sure that we see women owning those enterprises, making sure that they take decisions, they're not window dressing. So now and again, our commission, they're flooded with so many complaints where most of these arms of EEEEE are being flouted because most of the time we still find our Black people agreeing to be treated like tokens, agreeing to be used to front, only to find that the enterprise is only male dominated, it's mainly owned, it's male owned, but just for them to tick the box as to say they did adhere to triple BE requirements, you find that our women still agree on that. Yes, there's so many things that needs to be done. That is now, right now, through the commission, the Triple B Commission, we even go around, there are trainings that the commission are doing throughout the provinces, and those are very good trainings, more especially on cooperative governance. You find that we can tick boxes as to say, looking at the various boards that are there, you find that you'll find a percentage of women saying women are 43%, but looking and analyzing at the representation of women, most of the time you'll find that it's one woman who can sit in about 5 boards. So it's one area where the commission is saying, let us make sure that we have a pool of women that are trained in corporate governance, because when these companies, most of them are being confronted as to say what is happening, one thing they will say there are no women who qualify. So as the commission as DTIC through a commission, it's one training when it comes to skills development. We are making sure that we move throughout the provinces to make sure that when it comes to human resources, skills development, we are there, these women are there, so that it becomes easier even for the commission when they argue, but they will say, we have got so many per province, per district that has been trained on corporate governance. So we cannot get any excuses to say we don't get women if ever the numbers are declining or we see the regress when it comes to that. And it has helped a lot with those training. We hope more women are going to get in, and we are going to see a lot of them participating in decision-making position, not just to be window dressing and be seated in those boards. When we go to the next slide on Triple BE again, that is just a slide that shows the comparison of ownership to these enterprises, 2017-18 and 2018-19. So when we look at that, 2018-19 vis-a-vis the previous year, yes, we do see improvement here and there, Black ownership, Black women ownership, but it's a little bit worrying to see that there are areas where we are regressing, like in the areas of the new entrants. We see less Black people, less Black women getting into that level. Black voting rights, yes, we might see women part of the boards, just additional members, but when it comes to the decision-making structures, we see a huge regress into that. But through the commission, the public sector is being engaged now and again. And it's one thing that we need to be more strict and show and see to it that we don't regress, we don't see what we are seeing there, but there's so much that we need to do. But we always say that, again, this cannot be the duty of DTIC alone. Everyone in the government, everyone, members of parliament, playing the oversight role. We need to have even the whistleblowers that come and say, a BE commission, here is what we don't see, things are happening well, so that it's easier for them to come in and investigate and even make sure that they correct things the way that they need to be, because we really need to change the picture that you are seeing as South Africans. On the next slide, Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on
you are wrapping up.
Yes, I'm wrapping up.
Okay,
I'm really
thank
wrapping up. It's just to touch on the industrial finance that we have within the DTIC. There were so many schemes that we have, and I can assure you I can't go through them, but I just want to highlight just 3. IDC, where, because it's one of those are the industrial finances, the schemes that we are having as DTIC, where we make sure that we do have a portion that is set aside for women ownership, for women who want to get into various industries. So for 2019, billion has been set aside for women-owned, for women ownership businesses, and we are proud of that. But still say more can still be done. And looking back at the period of 5 years, we have got about 11 billion that has been set aside for women-owned businesses through DTIC. We have got another one, NEF. NEF is very big and known in making sure that when it comes to the financing of women-owned businesses, they play a vital role when it comes to that. And that is a graph, again, when you go through the graphs, Sibulelo, we see a lot of Black-owned businesses that have been funded by NEF, and there's still a lot. Even when you see the commitments that they've made, we still see a lot of women businesses that are being owned that have got their percentage set aside. And what we are dealing with now is the Black Industrialist scheme that we have even within DTIC, where we want to see that Black women are having their set aside and they are assisted with so many other assistance that we are getting. But I just wanted to highlight these ones because they've got quite a big chunk of money that is being set aside for women. So when I draw to a closure, Deputy Speaker, right now, as DTIC, we're even busy with, when it comes to the interventions to re-engineer our economy, we're busy with the social and solidarity economy. It's a policy that we're busy with, consulting and so forth. Through this policy, we want to make sure that we take care of the marginalized, the vulnerable groups. We want to make sure that when our women from the rural areas go and deposit those monies in those big banks, the stokvels, the cooperatives that are there, what is it that they gain and benefit out of that? We want to make sure that they play a vital role in the economy. They must not only be good by depositing money, but when they go back to those banks, they are not seen to be good when it comes to the financial assistance. Is the good policy, Deputy Speaker, that I know I won't have time to speak much on, but I do say as DTIC, we would love to have an opportunity one day where we can even open up, but the consultations are going very well. We are busy now. We're at the green paper stage, and we are going to be finalizing that policy very soon. In conclusion, then, Deputy Speaker, the recovery plan outlines a stakeholder-intensive economic strategy to not only rejuvenate the economy, but also to address long-standing structural constraints to rapid economic growth. We believe that all the structural constraints that are there within our modernized network industries, such as electricity, freight, port facilities, and broadband, are very important, and it's what we are concentrating and focusing on as DTIC. So with all the interventions that DTIC is currently implementing, it was just a snapshot, but given a chance, we can expand and say what more is there in line to make sure that we contribute to the engineering of the re-engineering of our economy, but more especially, what is the role and what are the things that we are setting aside for our women to be active and take part in the economy of our country. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me open up here. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. That's a very helpful peek into the work your department is doing, working with others, including in the negotiating platforms such as at NETLEC and elsewhere, to generate important steps that needs to be taken to advance what we said is the necessary and required material base. There is no shortcut that will achieve the objective we have set for ourselves. And I also like your reference to rapid economic recovery. In other words, we should remove all obstacles to rapidity, get to deal with those issues that help us identify implementation measures and follow them through rigorously with the support of organization and people outside in civil society, generally speaking, and the state institutions that we collaborate with, such as CGE and others, such as you've mentioned, development finance institutions. These are critical players whose overall material that they possess can help us map a clearer picture and a clearer direction for following. Now we open up for a few discussions. We will not be able to take lots of us. My invitation is you who have not spoken. What has this presentations triggered in you? What ideas are emerging as significant, needing us to follow them and help us connect the dots, but also identify roadblocks and to remove or potholes to fill in our path towards achieving appropriate, that our recovery process is effective. I also want to add a word to the presentation earlier at the beginning of the UNDP representative there of building back better. That's a lovely slogan, but I would like to add one word below it: faster. And so that we are conscious of the legitimate impatience amongst people for moving too slow at things that we potentially could do faster than we have been doing them all along. The conditions are such that the levels of problems we are confronting do not easily yield to slow processes. There are things naturally that we must be careful, a little more deliberate, maybe slightly slower, but there are others that we can definitely do at a quicker pace than we have been able to do previously to date. So I do wish you to help us identify those elements of the mix that we can parcel out into those things that we can do quicker and faster, and perhaps those that we can do and do at a more deliberate pace. We're now opening up for discussion. Deputy Chair, you will help me, and staff will also help us identify people who raise their hands so that we can let people speak. Let's discuss briefly before we wrap things up.
The raise hand function on the system.
Yes, please do that. Please do raise your hand electronically. And if there's a problem, you know what to do. It is also okay for those who have presented, if they have been provoked, if I may put it that way, or triggered by what was said by other presenters, to do a minute or so of a reaction to highlight something, connect something. That's very useful. This is what this kind of summits does. It offers us an opportunity to look differently at some of the things perhaps that we presented or did not present. Any comments? Let me, in the meantime, say that yesterday in the House, there was a debate that included the adequacy or otherwise of the funding of Statistician General's outfit, Stats SA. And an impression may have been given that we don't support the funding of that institution. We are absolutely committed to any support that can be given by our people responsible for disbursing resources to seriously prioritize and support Statistics South Africa. The job they are doing is an absolutely necessary and vital one for the kind of things we want to do. We can't be hobbled from measuring the progress we are making or not making by that underfunding. Date Maluleke, that we are absolutely committed to supporting every effort available to us to ensure that that institution plays the significant role it plays. Every other presenter has referred to the work you are doing indirectly and directly, that they did expect to hear the connections that you help us make with the numbers that you throw. So we need to ensure that in spite of what we are confronted with, there are certain functions that we must ensure we fund for better reconstruction and recovery in the medium to long term. Yeah. Any comments that anybody would like to make?
Deputy Speaker, I think
yes.
there was a few things that was raised by Dr. Muleko with regards to the issues that is usually obstacles in what was now called by the Deputy Minister as a rapid economic recovery.
Yes.
So there was a few things that she mentioned, but for me it boils down to the fact that we would love to hear from DTIC. How do they intend to make sure that, particularly the removal of red tape, in making sure that, that SMMEs get real access to economic opportunities? Because the reason, and I think I can mention it here, the reason why we call this kind of engagement or like the economic summit is exactly because in our Women's Charter review sessions, one of the issues that, besides issues of criminal justice, access to criminal justice, besides issues of inequality, was particularly the access to the economy and what opportunities there is available for women, and how do we empower women that is in an abusive situation. Now, when she spoke about the issue of removal of red tape, exactly because the CGP in the research and also in the interaction with us the whole time also experienced that many people have got that concern that although there are a lot of areas that are being indicated that is available and so on, but there is so much, it is so difficult to do business with the departments. I'm putting it like that. So possibly the Deputy Minister can give us a little bit of.
Yes, it's an important question you are raising. Let me add to it this way. Usually when we raise this question, not just in South Africa and elsewhere as well, that people seem to think that when you ask for removal of certain red tapes, you are trying to make it easier for thieves to steal public money. And let's be very clear. We are absolutely agreeing with the necessary regulatory environment that will prevent anybody from stealing money or getting it inappropriately. But often the regulations that are in place are achieving exactly the opposite of what they are meant to do. Instead of facilitating support to small business it ends up preventing maybe, yes, some of the potential corrupt activity, but also effectively undermines the people's access to resources they need. Often not a lot of money, very, very small amounts that can transform the small livelihoods that people are pursuing. And so these are critical areas in which we need a supportive environment. So I think that's the question really, that we need to hear from you, Deputy Minister, if you can help us with your thoughts around this. What can we do to do this, to ease the ability, and especially the majority of women who operate in this sector have complained that even if it's not a lot of money, it's very small amounts, but the systems and the way the things are designed, they are prohibitive.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. It's a pity small business couldn't make it today, because mostly when we talk to the issues of SMMEs, they are the ones that are leading when it comes to that, but it does apply even to DTIC. I fully agree when it comes to the issues of red tapes and so forth. But let me start with the issues of SMMEs and the work that has been done by small business and the funding that has been there when it comes to the COVID-19 funding, the fund that we have seen. When it comes to the issues of SMMEs, looking at the issues of rural and township economy, we have seen the department playing a role there, and so many of them has been assisted. But as I'm saying, it's a pity they are not here so that they talk to those issues themselves. But I want to come to the issue of red tapes. I think it's one other lesson that all of us have learned, and it has come up clearly during this COVID-19 period, where we have seen a lot of companies suffering, where we have seen a lot of people applying for financial assistance. I'm not saying that money is there or has been there, but it called even upon us as the leadership in the department to say, how best can we make sure that we fast track those applications? Because usually we find that an application can take a month or two, whereas the companies are suffering right now with all those red tapes, as we are saying. And I think those are the lessons that we now keep on learning. Hence, when it comes to even the issues of Black industrialists, the schemes that we're having, IDC, there are so many things that have been taken away just for those institutions to make sure that they fast track the assistance that the people are needing. And I can assure you, Deputy Chair and Deputy Speaker, when looking at the programs and how the whole requirements have been needed from the companies, from the people that needed assistance, there's so much that has changed, moving towards the best, moving towards more efficiency and more saving of time when it comes to the applications that have been made. But again, you are talking to the issue of the support. It's one thing that we have discussed. It's one thing where we want to see our DFIs, even at the level of the provinces, where we find quite a number of companies saying, I've been supported by this DFI, but there is no support system, support mechanism, a plan that says, this is the company we are taking from here, we are supporting. Let us see that company standing on its feet and make sure that they are there, they can stand on their own. But we find that some of the companies will come back to the department, say the DFI is saying it's taking away my company now because I cannot pay, but there is no assistance that has been given. So it's one area where we need to intensify more. What is it that we do? Because what happens once it is like that, Deputy Speaker, it's very painful. You'll find that those companies that have been assisted through the government, through the department, once they fail, you find that white companies, those who have got money, those who are big, will come and buy those small companies. And it means even the funding that has been injected by the government, it's just going to waste. It's again funding those big companies. So it's one angle really that even as DTIC, we are looking at is to say, how do we mentor, how do we support these companies so that even the funding that we are injecting to, it does give the fruits that was intended to from the beginning. So thank you very much for those points, Deputy Speaker. We are really looking at, and it's one thing that we are looking at. We'll come back with the full report on that issue. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Can I'm sorry to do this, but I just want to raise one and a half issues. The half one is that there needs to be a bias for small. Often the impression is that the government is biased for big, So that's the one half that I thought I should raise, that we need to be able to find ways of supporting. Even when we support the big, it must be with the intention to help them facilitate the building of the small. That's a critical part so that we have that impact. But you see, the Constitution says national government in section 154 must, by legislative and other means, support municipalities. A municipality, according to the Constitution, is not only officials appointed and public representative, in other words, the political part of the structure, but residents. So the municipality is those three pillars: residents themselves, and then the officials and the elected representatives. Together they constitute a municipality. So when you, as a DTIC, support local people in the socioeconomic activities that they are undertaking, that's how you're supporting that municipality. So when we look at a municipality failing, part of the attribution, unfortunately, has to be what is the extent to which you didn't do what you were meant to do yourselves, or what you did was so limited it did not have the effect potentially it would have had if you had complied with the urging of the Constitution. So this is a part of a perspective that I think we need to surface a lot more increasingly, because when we do this, we actually build the tax base in municipal areas, and people are able to do things, and money is able to circulate in an interesting way. The circular economy that was referred to in the CGE presentation is a fascinating way in which national and provincial can contribute to by providing actively the support to build local tax base and therefore enable things to be achieved inside that locality and over time, broadly speaking. So I just thought to make those comments. Yeah.
Deputy Speaker, let me thank you for those comments. I can't agree with you more. And I know we work through most of the time LEDs, the provincial growth funds, but as we are saying, if you find that they're not effective, what is it that we do to make sure that they're effective? But looking at this program, this DDM, Deputy Speaker, for me, if DDM can be used according to its objectives and intentions, with the places, with the municipalities, the district where it has started to be utilized, I can assure you it's very easier to get into all the levels of the government. So it's one instrument that I think the president has put in place that it is going to assist us. But as I'm saying, once it is used accordingly and the way that is intended to work, but DDM is one instrument that is going to address most of the issues that we have just raised, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chair, I'd like to thank all the participants from the UNDP and all our special guests and those who spoke, for the Statistician General, our own parliamentary budget office, Dumisani Janchis. It's great that and the CGE, the Chapter 9 institutions. We must, even in this platform, also take off our hats. Now, this is a very chauvinist expression, but to symbolize a gesture of appreciation of the leadership and the impact of the two men who we had a tribute to yesterday. In other words, Daniel Plachis, Prof. Daniel Plachis, and the Auditor General, that a proper management of public resources is at the heart of what we also want to achieve in order to make the biggest difference in the quality of life of people. Professor Dan Plachis and the FFC and the work it's been doing, excellent work accompanying us in thinking about and reviewing the Women's Charter so that we can integrate, for example, gender-sensitive budgeting processes. We must remember them for the leadership and support they gave to their teams to play in this space in which we are involved in right now. I thought I should do that as we bring to our end the discussions today. And thank you very much for having spent your time preparing to come here. We really appreciate it big time. You make a huge difference. Let me also inform you that there are many MPs who otherwise have been here if our communications had not gone haywire. But we promise that they will receive the presentations and information that we shared today in some form or another. But next time we will improve the number of those who will be here and participating with us. Thank you very much. Deputy Chair, please take the meeting and do the things that you want to do yourself, and then we will be done.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think you have thanked those that have been involved in today's program. I want to particularly request the Deputy Minister to express our appreciation to the Department of Small Business Development and also to DTIC for today's input. We've been also working with small business development as well as Department of Sports, Arts and Culture on some of the areas that we thought need input. But particularly since for this year, it will be the last event that is related to the Women's Charter review. We will be following up early in the year because we want to have a launching of the reviewed Women's Charter early in next year, God willing. So we particularly States SA, they have been throughout with us in this program. We want to express our appreciation to not only the SG, but also Mr. Neil Rowe, and Faisal Mohammed, and all of those that have been working with us throughout in this time, as well as the Commission on Gender Equality. They have been a very trusted ally and partner throughout in the process. So as well as the Fiscal and Financial Commission, and all, particularly myself and Comrade Daniel has been knowing for each other for a long time. And when I discussed this concept with him, he became so excited, and the FFC immediately started to partner with us on this process. May his dear soul rest in eternal peace. And that is the people that I want to mention particularly, but also other members of the executive that was very supportive throughout in this program of ours, and also in other sectoral programs that is under the leadership of yourself and myself. We must really express our appreciation even to the parliamentary staff that is throughout. I I worked with many people. I really worked with many people. But in Parliament, I found that as long as you've got a sound idea, you will always get the support from your office to the officers in Parliament. They will always support you as long as you have a sound idea. And I think we must really express our appreciation to everyone. I don't want to mention someone particularly, but I want to everyone that made sure that all the programs so far that for this year that we have arranged was extremely successful, and we want to express our, particularly Sibulelo, the manager in our office that was actually coordinating all the programs. The United Nations have become a very trusted partner also in this the South African chapter, let me put it like that, have become a very trusted partner. And even today, through the presence of Dr. Odusola, we could see that they are really a development partner that cares for the input that they make. And also the chief whip of the NCOP, and as well as the leadership of Parliament that throughout supported us in this, and also the MPs and MPLs, the speakers in provinces. I think our program so far was extremely high level, and high level, I don't mean high English, I mean the way people took it serious. So we want to express our appreciation to everyone. I know I'm taking some time, Deputy Speaker, but we are only still left with our dialogue on 16 days of activism on Friday, and from there it will be, God willing, next year we will continue the way we have been coming on. To Dr. Dumisani Janjis, thank you. At a very short notice, Deputy Speaker, don't know how short notice you got to make an input, but we really appreciate the fact that you were ready and willing to be part and parcel of this event. To all of the participants of today, we really want to express our appreciation. Be safe. Still keep your distance. Remember, we are in alert level 1. We are not just in level 1 of the COVID regulations. We wish you all well. Stay safe and be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Long live the Deputy Chair.
People will believe you if you say the meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kevin, you don't need me anymore, right? Safe to log off.
Thanks, Ramli.
No problem. Okay, guys. Cheers, man.